ಎರೆಯುತ್ತ ಜ್ಞಾನ ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಎರೆಯುತ್ತ ಜ್ಞಾನ ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಜ್ಞಾನ ದೇಗುಲವೇ ಬೀಡು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ ಕಡಲಿನ ತಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅರಿವು ಮೂಡಿಸುವ ಗುರುವೇ ದೇವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ಗುಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಾಧನೆಯ ಮುಟ್ಟು ಮೆಟ್ಟಿಲು ಹತ್ತುವುದಿಲ್ಲೇ ಮೊದಲು ವಿದ್ಯೆಯೇ ನಮ್ಮಯ ಹಕ್ಕು ನಾಳೆಯ ದಿಕ್ಕು ಜೀವನದ ಸೆಲೆಯು
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಎರೆಯುತ್ತ ಜ್ಞಾನ ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು
ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇನೆ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗುವುದೇ ಬದುಕು
ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇನೆ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗುವುದೇ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗುವುದೇ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗುವುದೇ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗುವುದೇ ಬದುಕು
ಎರೆಯುತ್ತ ಜ್ಞಾನ ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇನೆ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗುವುದೇ ಬದುಕು
ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಎರೆಯುತ್ತ ಜ್ಞಾನ ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಜ್ಞಾನ ದೇಗುಲವೇ ಬೀಡು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ ಕಡಲಿನ ತಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅರಿವು ಮೂಡಿಸುವ ಗುರುವೇ ದೇವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ಗುಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಾಧನೆಯ ಮುಟ್ಟು ಮೆಟ್ಟಿಲು ಹತ್ತುವುದಿಲ್ಲೇ ಮೊದಲು ವಿದ್ಯೆಯೇ ನಮ್ಮಯ ಹಕ್ಕು ನಾಳೆಯ ದಿಕ್ಕು ಜೀವನದ ಸೆಲೆಯು
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಎರೆಯುತ್ತ ಜ್ಞಾನ ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು
ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇನೆ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಜ್ಞಾನದೇ ಗೊಲವೇ ಬೀಡು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ ಕಡಲಿನ ತಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅರಿವು ಮೂಡಿಸುವ ಗುರುವೇ ದೇವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ಗುಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಾಧನೆಯ ಮುಟ್ಟು ಮೆಟ್ಟಿಲು ಹತ್ತುವುದಿಲ್ಲೇ ಮೊದಲು ವಿದ್ಯೆಯೇ ನಮ್ಮಯ ಹಕ್ಕು ನಾಳೆಯ ದಿಕ್ಕು ಜೀವನದ ಸೆಲೆಯು
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಎರೆಯುತ್ತ ಜ್ಞಾನ ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇನೆ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಎರೆಯುತ್ತ ಜ್ಞಾನ ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇನೆ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ. ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ. ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ, ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ, ನಮನ ನಮನ.
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು, ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು. ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು, ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು. ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು, ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು. ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು, ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು.
ಎರೆಯುತ್ತ ಜ್ಞಾನ ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ. ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ. ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ. ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ, ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ, ನಮನ ನಮನ.
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು, ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು.
ಜ್ಞಾನ ದೇಗುಲವೇ ಬೀಡು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ ಕಡಲಿನ ತಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ. ಅರಿವು ಮೂಡಿಸುವ ಗುರುವೇ ದೇವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ಗುಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಾಧನೆಯ ಮುಟ್ಟು ಮೆಟ್ಟಿಲು ಹತ್ತುವುದಿಲ್ಲೇ ಮೊದಲು. ವಿದ್ಯೆಯೇ ನಮ್ಮಯ ಹಕ್ಕು, ನಾಳೆಯ ದಿಕ್ಕು, ಜೀವನದ ಸೆಲೆಯು.
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು, ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು.
ಎರೆಯುತ್ತ ಜ್ಞಾನ ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ. ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ. ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ. ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ, ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ, ನಮನ ನಮನ.
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು, ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು. ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು, ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು.
On this special occasion, we are honored with the dignitaries for the day, Professor P. Nagbhushan Sir, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Vigyan University, Guntur, Andhra Pradesh, and a former director of IIIT Allahabad. Professor Jairaj Amin sir, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Mangalore University. Professor H.L. Shashireka Madam, Chairperson of the Department of Computer Science, Mangalore University. Professor Manjaya D.H. sir, Senior Professor in the Department of Computer Science, Mangalore University. Professor B.S. Shekhar sir, FDP Coordinator and Professor in the Department of Computer Science, Mangalore University. I am Dr. Bharati Pilar from the University College, Bangalore. Hereby take this opportunity to welcome you all. I now request Professor B.S. Shekhar, FTP Coordinator, to escort the dignitaries onto the dais. Namaste, sir. Recently, there has been a significant surge in the development of artificial intelligence, especially in the medical field. AI has played a crucial role in transforming medicine, and deep learning models have been pivotal in advancing medical image processing. These sophisticated techniques have revolutionized how medical professionals analyze and interpret various types of medical images. Hence, FDP on deep learning techniques for advancing medical image processing is highly relevant in the current scenario, as focus aligns with the ongoing developments in this field. Let's actively participate in this week-long program and contribute to the advancement of medical image processing. Before we begin, let's invoke God's blessing through prayer. I request Miss Veena and team to lead us into prayer. I request all of you kindly rise.
महागणपतिं मनसा स्मरामि महागणपतिं मनसा स्मरामि महागणपतिं मनसा स्मरामि महागणपतिं मनसा स्मरामि वसिष्ठवामदेवादिवन्दितमहागणपतिम् महादेवसुतौ महादेवसुतौ गुरुगुहनुतौ महादेवसुतौ गुरुगुहनुतौ मारकोटि प्रकाशं शान्तं मारकोटि प्रकाशं शान्तं महाकाव्यनाटकादिप्रियम् महाकाव्यनाटकादिप्रियं मूषिकवाहनमोदकाप्रियं महाकाव्यनाटकादिप्रियं मूषिकवाहनमोदकाप्रियं महागणपति
supposed to be the president of this inaugural ceremony, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Jairaj Amin sir, on behalf of the University Department, personally extend a warm welcome to you, sir. I request icon of this program, Professor B.S. Shekhar ji, warmly welcome our birthday to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Jairaj Amin. This event is going to be witnessed such a wonderful personality who is a motivator, who is an inspirator, who is our Guru, none other than great Sri Nagabhushan ji. friends, his bio resume is more than 50 pages. We just in Google, go with Wikipedia, wherever it may be, such a wonderful personality with respect to how of knowledge of a computer science paradigm, and especially the latest technology like machine learning, deep learning, and which is are basically like a backbone of the algorithmic technique. Sir was a very highly motivated, in which way ourselves we stand here because of him in our department. Professor presently as a Vice Chancellor of Vijnan University, Guntur, and earlier Professor worked as a Director of IIIT Allahabad. And moreover, the Professor worked in various positions of the University of Mysore, such as various nodal officers, coordinators, and especially the backbone of the AICTE and the AICTE programs. And his publication, just to put and see that one citation, highly, we have to be eager to understand in which we have to learn many of the aspects of a person of Guru, like as like a computer science personality like Professor V. Rajaraman in India, like in Karnataka, Professor P. Nagabhushan. Here in Indian civilize, a person who is there and he can learn many things, and this is all busy schedule. Still remember and come all the way to our for inaugural ceremony, inaugural lecture followed by a keynote talk on the basic idea of the deep learning and the machine learning. Really, we are very thankful to you, sir. You come all the way, and we are on behalf of the university and the department and personally extend a warm welcome to you, Professor. Now I request Professor, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Jairaj Aminji, to welcome with a flower bouquet to Professor P. Nagabhushan. And with all the support of our chairperson of the department, Professor H.L. Chirakaji, present here, I will extend a warm welcome to you, Professor. Now I request Professor B.S. Sekar to welcome with flower bouquet, Professor H.L. Chirakaji. Who is the icon of this program, none other than a dynamic personality with a highly knowledgeable personality. I respect him all. Professor B.S. Sekar, who is the person present here in inaugural ceremony. Now I request Professor A.M. Kandi to welcome with flower bouquet to Professor B.S. Sekar. And we are witnessing a great Srimati Lakshmi Nagabhushan ji, who is on the way from Guntur and present here. I welcome you, Madam, on behalf of our department and personally. Now I request Madam Bharati Pillarji to welcome with flower bouquet. Ladies and great participants and the departmental chairperson, faculty who are present, extend a warm welcome to each and every person, and especially participants who are present here, extend a warm welcome to each and every person, our research scholars, the students who are all in this privilege to present for the successful of the initiation of the inaugural ceremony. I welcome you one and all. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Karnataka. Dhanyawad.
Thank you, sir, for the words of welcome. We extend a warm welcome to you as well, sir. I request Professor B.S. Sekar, sir, to plurally welcome Dr. Mande, sir. Deepam signifies knowledge. With a single deepam, we can light many more lights. But the original lamp does not diminish when helping to light others. This shows that our knowledge does not decrease when we share it with others. The clarity and the conviction increases on giving, and the giver and the receiver are both benefited. In order to significantly dispel the darkness, I now request the dignitaries on the dais to come forward and kindly light the lamp and inaugurate this program.
Dear participants, we are fortunate to be part of this FTP as today we embark on a journey of innovation, exploration, collaboration and learning, aligning with the evolving landscape of technology and healthcare. We got this invaluable opportunity because of the immense knowledge, hard work and dedication of Professor B.S. Shekhar sir. His tireless efforts have paved the way for a week filled with interactive and hands-on sessions by eminent persons, designed to enrich our knowledge and skills in this rapidly evolving field. I now request Professor B.S. Shekhar sir, the FTP coordinator, to present the theme and give us more insight into this program.
Good morning to all of you. Once again, a warm welcome on behalf of the Department of Studies and Research. Respected dignitaries on the dais, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Jayaraj, and my Guru, mentor and supervisor, Professor B. Nagposhan, and my colleagues, Professor Sheikh and Dr. Manjaya, and all my invitees, research scholars, friends, and more importantly, the participants from different states. We are happy and it's our privilege to organize this event, so generally supported by AICTE and ATAL, so which is a training and learning academy to enhance the knowledge of the faculty working in various engineering colleges, universities and institutes across the country. And this workshop mainly focus on advanced methods, particularly the domain of deep learning, which is one of the major areas in the field of artificial intelligence to realize the medical image data processing. The course contents are planned in such a way that the participants will get the basic knowledge of this medical image processing. And mainly the idea of this AICTE ATAL is also innovative. In fact, we should thank AICTE ATAL for floating this scheme such that they basically enhance the quality in technical education and also to facilitate promotion of interdisciplinary domains in technical education. So this invites applications from all over India, and which was in fact submitted in the month of July, and they have taken nearly 2 to 3 months to evaluate the proposals. And they got the proposals in different areas, that is core and emerging areas. There are 337 proposals that were received. Similarly, semiconductor design and development and FTPs to Idea Labs, there are 58. In total, 3621 proposals were received by the ATAL agency. And in particular, under thrust area for technological advancements, there are around 209,022 proposals received. And the proposals are evaluated based on the course content, the objective and the context, the relevance of the journal articles, the quality of the resource person, as well as the proposed impact and the expected outcome. So, considering these criteria which are evaluated by the experts, way in which they have given the scores. So, there are different disciplines: mechanical engineering, electrical, electronics, chemical engineering, computer science and information engineering, business applications, FTPs to ideas. So, in fact, in computer science and engineering, there are 1,264 proposals evaluated, and out of that, they selected only 150. So, it's only 10% of the proposals that get shortlisted and awarded. And we are happy that Mangalagangothri got 2 proposals successfully approved by the AICTE ATAL agency. So, it's all because of the reason that, as it's already pointed out and I'm sure many of you are aware that deep learning and artificial intelligence is playing a significant role in various applications. Particularly if I look at various domains, including medical image processing, we are witnessing the rapidly developing field and is revolutionizing the medical image processing. In this context, this 1 week faculty development program is focused on how to gain an insight into the emerging field. We plan to discuss the literature, the research papers, the methods, mainly focusing on machine learning and deep learning methods, and to see how they can directly assist medical professionals. And the participants will in fact make to benefit how deep learning utilizes clinical data to generate useful outcomes, particularly help the doctors. It's planned to cover the inside details of the existing and well-known deep learning approaches developed for medical images, the architectural details of the deep learning model and the implementation issues, because mainly the participants, majority expected to have the hands-on session. We plan to have from in the evening session for about 2 hours every day practical sessions, so that they will get complete details about how a particular algorithm works. So the objectives so far in brief are to provide the state-of-art knowledge about the implementation of the existing research works, the standard data sets that are being used in order to carry out this research, medical imaging, and again the ethical issues to be followed in medical research, which is more important. So therefore, keeping these issues in mind, the objectives in mind, we have identified the resource person from institutes of excellence, universities, and also from the domain experts, where in which it includes people from, we have academia and domain experts, our mentor here, Professor Nagbhushan, formerly Director of IIT Allahabad and presently the Vice Chancellor, who will open the mind, ignite the minds of the people present here through his enlightening lecture. So that is learning machine learning, which is in fact very, very interesting. So Professor is always has his own thoughts and the views, which will be followed after this inaugural session. We also have Professor Chandrasekhar from IIT Madras,
Professor Krishna Mohan from IIT Hyderabad, Dr. Guru from the University of Mysore, and Dr. Manjunath Shena is the clinical expert, skin specialist, where the domain knowledge would be provided in the area of skin lesion segmentation. And also we have the industry experts, Dr. Dinesh and Dr. Dinesh, one from the Philips and another from the Samsung research, which they provide that are being carried out in the industry. And one more we have also invited, which is an online lecture, Dr. Pascal Terrell, who is a Director of Data Science, Department of Medical Imaging from the University of Toronto, Canada. It is an online presentation where he will give a talk on ethics and bias in medical image research. So these are the issues, contents that we have planned. I hope the participants could take basically the inputs to advance their knowledge, because many of the participants are already working in this area. I am sure we are aware of that. But still something which is not known may be known to them at this stage. And I welcome once again all the participants to enjoy the sessions, learning or to advance their knowledge. And again it is a learning process only. I am sure we will try to provide to the best text possible from Mangalore University, and it is a privilege and honor for us. And I am sure you will get many inputs from the different experts, and we hope to we organize the sessions in such a way that it should smoothly follow the entire process of understanding deep learning methods for medical image processing and its analysis with all the experts invited. And I take this opportunity to thank our administration for having given an environment to conduct this program, and also the support extended by them, and also AICTE ATAL on this occasion. Welcome once again all the participants. Have a pleasant day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Success does not happen overnight. It is the result of persistent endurance and hard work. People who have tasted success will like to taste it repeatedly. Here we have such an creative and inspiring personality, Professor P. Nagbhushan sir, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Vigyan University, Guntur, Andhra Pradesh, and a former Director of IIIT Allahabad. Now I request Professor P. Nagbhushan sir to address the gathering.
Good morning to all of you. I said good morning to all of you. Good morning. Good. So Professor Jairaj on the stage, Professor B.S. Shekhar, Professor Manjaya, Professor Shashi Rekha. I recognize Professor Khan here and Professor Sharmila sitting over here. Of course, Bharti Filar. And of course, the watchful eyes of my wife. So again, good morning to all of you. I was very happy. I'm delighted that Dr. Shekhar's proposal for the FTP has been accepted by ATAL. As Dr. Shekhar has put it, screening is very, very tough, and screening is naturally involves, as he mentioned, the quality, the penetration, and the expected outcome. Based on that, the course has been shortlisted. I'm very, very happy. I'm also happy that Dr. Shekhar has been able to find out the right set of people except me, and surely it's going to be excellent after my first keynote address. It's going to be good. But then, only one thing which I could not understand is, he tells deep learning for medical image analysis. Well, naturally, deep learning is required. For medical image analysis, it is required. But nothing has been told in the title about the accuracy of diagnosis. I got this doubt because you look at little above, all hearts are above. See here, all hearts are hung above. So the outcome of deep learning of medical image analysis is that your heart will escape your body and will be hung above. Alright, so it's a very philosophical message Dr. Shekhar and team would like to convey. Don't worry, try to do deep learning, try to do medical image analysis. Ye sab inshallah. Then the gods will be there, the hearts will be there above. Don't worry about that. Okay, we will see that later in the keynote address. Bhakti Pillar was very excellent in explaining the significance of lighting the lamp. She also mentioned that how light spreads from the light, and she also signified that how many young talented students come out because of teachers because of that. She was trying to do that. And then naturally, she asked us to, her colleague, the young lady, she came and gave us the light. We all lit the light, good. But then, towards the end, the original light was put off. Put off. Perhaps that is the philosophy of modern day also. Even the very PhD scholars, after their PhD, after they reach greater height, they think that the guides are useless. They are standing on their way. They think that they are standing on their way, blocking their ability, blocking their progress. Way back, it was good. There used to be called a Vanaprastha. But today Vanaprastha is not there, therefore, and today, unfortunately, the guides are also still active. So they also have got to swim in the same ocean. So naturally, the younger generation would feel little frustrated that guides are still on their way. Probably that is the message why even here the organizer decided to put off the first light. Well, then the life happens. The life has to go on. Of course, lights the light is really appropriate, and that is where the ATAL program is going to do the wonders. In fact, I recall two such programs in my life. One, I was for 21 days at IIT Madras. That was the time I picked up graph theory. Even today I enjoy graph theory so much that most of my students always have an inclination towards graph theory. So that's one. So the advantage in such schools would be this, that it will not be one teacher who would be delivering the lectures, it will be multiple teachers. Therefore, the real knowledge fusion happens because of multiple deliveries. So multiple teachers always imply multiple experts looking at the same subject from different angles, from different directions, from different perspectives. And the advantage is always to a listener because they do the churning and you shall be there ready to receive the amrutam which comes out of churning. That's always great, that's always necessary. The only thing that I would request the modern people, when we were there in IIT Delhi or IIT Madras, we were all really very sincere, honest, etc. because in good old days we never had mobile. And we had only one lady in our life called wife only. Right? But today, naturally, the multiplicity is not only in conducting an ATAL program, multiplicity is everywhere. In fact, I ask my colleagues, why are you so busy on mobile here when you come to the campus? Because that is the only time when they catch up with their old friends. I mean, old girlfriends, old boyfriends. Because at home you cannot afford to do that, right? At home, how can you do it? There will be watchful eyes, right? So what I am trying to tell you is, put off your mobiles. And even today, I leave my mobiles with my secretary. I'm sure Shekhar or Sharmila would have already felt that because my mobile will be attended only by my secretary. I shall not attend at all when I am at work. I have got to recollect the role of one lady. Some of you may be knowing her name. She was syndicate member of University of Mysore. She was principal of some college in Shivamogga, and later she became syndicate member. She had children, naturally, very small children. She called a maid servant to look after the children. She said to them, I am appointing you as maid servant to look after the children. If they fall down, if they bleed, if they don't eat, if they have running nose, for all small things you should not call me over phone and disturb me when I am in my office. On the other hand, today we unnecessarily look into mobile. Where is a message? Is there any message? What a contrast. One definitely cannot understand how learning would be affected and how mobile attracts your deep attention against the deep attention you are getting created while listening to somebody else. How can a phone call become very important when you are talking to your teacher? And how can anybody stupidly tell, this is an important call, I want to take it? It's a very stupidity. However big you are, you could be a vice chancellor, you could be president of India, you could be anything. But when you have decided that you have got to talk to somebody, when you have decided that your attention has got to go to that, no other disturbance can definitely distract you. That is the essence of deep learning. Alright? So you got to get into the depth. So at least over the next 6 weeks, throw that useless mobile and come and sit in the class. Right? Bad news or good news, if it is destined to reach, it shall reach you in one way or the other. If you don't pick up the phone, the people who are calling will call your friend, ask, find out whether this man is dead, please go and give the information. They would tell you, don't worry, the information would certainly reach you. But you have come here for a purpose. Maybe some of you might have come in a hope to complete your PhD. Maybe some of you might have come in the hope, in an expectation to find a right problem for your PhD. Or maybe somebody wants to deviate your course of journey because of this deep learning and medical image analysis. Maybe there are very reasons. Maybe some of you wanted to be away from your mother-in-law. Maybe some of you wanted to be away from the institution. You have come with a purpose. Find out. Enjoy that. Enjoy that. And that is an occasion. Alright? So it should not be like thinking about your girlfriend when you are with your wife and thinking about your wife when you are with your girlfriend. You focus. You are talking to girlfriend, focus. You are talking to your wife, focus. Right? And wife also knows your history. Wife also knows your nature. In fact, nobody else can know your nature much better than your wife. However much you want to plead to your wife that you are insane and you are so wonderful, she knows. Don't worry, don't try to convince, ill convince anybody, ill convenient. So, focus. So, deep learning has got to be one focus. Alright? Well then, National Education Policy of 2020. It's not that there was no National Education Policy earlier. It has been there since Jawaharlal Nehru's period. Later, since Indira Gandhi's period, also it has been there. But this National Education Policy has a very important twist and turn, which naturally your government of Karnataka, for its obvious reasons, has been so powerful that almost all our vice chancellors also are afraid of giving any opinion about national education policy openly. Right? So people talk about democracy. Where is democracy then? Perhaps democracy, oh yeah, he himself is the right man from JNU. okay, your Vice Chancellor. Perhaps democracy is least found in democracy. During the king's period, which was monarchy, there was democracy. Kings used to go out in the night to find out the democratic opinion. Today in democracy, we don't find democracy. However, in the schools like this, in the workshops like this, you have got to be democratic, and your resource persons will be over democratic. It is the best time for you to put your hands up, and particularly when the resource persons would tell you this is the time for discussion, make use of that. In fact, the best turning points would be during such discussions. And when you attend the sessions, in your subconscious, keep your problem. Don't try to search the answer for your question when the teacher is delivering the lecture. Keep the problem in your subconscious. It is your brain which forms the neural network, connects the input to solve the problem of subconscious, and you will get to know your brain has solved it only when you are free totally out of any cumbrance. Midnight you will come to know, yes, this is the way to solve the problem. Yes, during the midnight you will really realize, I have got the way to solve the problem. So you have got to be attentive. Right? Professor Chidanand Gowda was my mentor. I was his first PhD student. He used to tell me one interesting thing, 2 points. Number one, people should get involved with research to forget their personal worries and personal problems. Show me one single person who is without worry, without a problem. Right? Everybody shall have one worry or one problem, and some are the other problem. Somebody is worried that he still could not become Vice Chancellor. Somebody is worried that he could not get a good funding. Somebody would be worried that he should have been in a better institute than this institute. Everybody will be worried. Alright. Somebody is so worried that even in the presence of a beautiful wife next to him, he will still be seeing the beautiful faces elsewhere. Everybody is worried. Everyone would be worried. I mean, if he is seeing the beautiful faces elsewhere with the intention to make his wife more beautiful than all those people, then it is a good intention. Right? But if it is to insult, how you can be so ugly later, then it is incorrect, isn't it? Alright? So your intentions have got to be very noble, correct, and pick up. Ultimately, all these are not for your salary. All these what you are doing is to bring up the next generation. Professor Chidanand Gowda's effort has been to present me to the world. Naturally, my effort should be to present Professor Shekhar. My effort should be to present Dr. D.S. Guru. Right? All of them are my great people. That way here I can see 2 grandchildren of mine. One is Shashireka. Shashireka is my granddaughter because she was PhD student of my PhD student. Another I am seeing Dr. Sharmila here. Dr. Sharmila here, okay? Dr. Sharmila was my Shekhar's student. Shubh Bharti Fillar is also Shekhar's student. She is also my granddaughter only. Alright? So I am so proud that there are so many grandchildren And I am very sure some grandchildren have already made me grandparent also. For instance, H.S. Nagendra Swami's students, right? I am very proud. I am very, very proud that way. Oh, now my 34th PhD candidate has submitted the PhD thesis. By next year, my 35th candidate should submit. But then what is more important is the way the youngsters are performing. I am very proud of B.S. Shekhar. I am very, very proud of Shashireka, Sharmila. See, Sharmila, one other point of Sharmila is, with her qualification, she could have been anywhere else. But she has been in the same institute just because the institute stood by her side, stood for her when she required that institute most. That is what is the commitment. Today people change the jobs just for 1,000 rupees, 1,500 rupees, 2,000 rupees. They just change the jobs. And loyalty, absolutely a big question mark. Right? At least these are the things which you should pick up when the experts over here talk to you. They don't deliver the lectures for this small honorarium that they would get. They deliver the lectures because they think that they can inspire the next generation. That's exactly what every one of you should do. Every one of you should seriously get committed within yourself that your next generation should be because of you. Only then India can progress. Only then the world can progress. After all, future is more important. Future has got to be secure. I really like Manjaya, the way he opened. Today is yours own, tomorrow is still not born, yesterday is dead. But yesterday has already got inculcated within you, so don't just bug down to find out what you did yesterday. Good or bad, the whole experience has already been within you. Today is yours. He is right, today is yours. Why? Today is yours, which is based on yesterday's experience to bridge a tomorrow, to make tomorrow hopefully wonderful. I give you one instance. Gandhiji and his secretary were traveling in one ship. Ship got havocked. Secretary said, Gandhiji, let us run away, do that, do this. Gandhiji was dictating a letter to the secretary. You note down. You simply keep quiet and note down what I am trying to tell. What's going to happen? If we survive, then we feel bad that we did not do our job. If we don't survive, where is our message for the next generation? If we survive, we should not feel bad that we have not done our job. If we don't survive, we should not fail in delivering our message to the next world, next generation. So, plan. Do the planning as if you are going to live up to infinity. Do the execution as if you are not going to see tomorrow. Alright? Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your profound knowledge with us. Your speech was full of enthusiasm and valuable information. The definition of deep learning, sir's title, the learning, machine learning, and the example of lighting the lamp, comparison with the real life scenario, everything is innovative. Sir's perception itself is different. He can see research in everything and a research problem in everything and also a solution. Very innovative person. Thank you very much, sir. So, all birds find shelter during the rain, but eagle avoids the rain by flying above the clouds. Problems are common, but attitude makes the difference. The courage to take tough decisions and the compassion to listen to the need of others is an art. We have amongst us such an eminent personality, the president of this inaugural ceremony, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Mangalore University, Professor Jairaj Amin sir. I now request Professor Jairaj Amin sir to share his insights and deliver the presidential remarks.
Good morning, everybody. Chief guest of the program and keynote speaker, Professor P. Nagabhushan, my colleagues Dr. Shekhar, Dr. Shashireka, Dr. Manjaya, and all other dignitaries present in front of me, invitees, delegates, researchers, student friends. Now this gives me a great pleasure to stand in front of you. But after listening to Nagbhushan, I wish that I was actually sitting in the opposite side rather on the stage, because the Nagbhushan has actually within a very short span of time, he has actually conveyed so many things. In fact, one of the things, when I was actually coming here, I was a little confused because I am from the Department of Political Science and I know nothing about the computer science. So I was actually wondering, what is this deep learning? But then, after listening to Nagbhushan, Professor Nagbhushan, he has actually told us the requirements for deep learning. Now, of course, he started with the anecdote of watchful eyes at home, and then he ended up with the with a message that for any deep learning, the commitment and the involvement is actually required. Probably that is actually the thrust of this program, because deep learning, of course, it could be a different software, different hardware, I do not know, but I think this is actually something that is required, and this is what actually the FTPs actually are meant for. So you actually give a very different kind of perspective, with the hope that the participants are totally involved in the process of learning. Now, deep learning in medical images, of course, and I think that you have the better experts to speak about. But what I understand that is that deep learning actually helps you. It has completely revolutionized the field, and it has actually helped in the very accurate diagnosis of the patients, and it has also actually helped in the patient care and the overall healthcare delivery itself. Now I'm sure that in next few days, or how many, I think 10 days, 6 days, 6 days, you are all actually going to be exposed to the different areas of deep learning, and I'm sure that you would actually go back with the lots of new experiences, new ideas, and the food for thought. So the learning would not actually stop only for 6 days, and with the kind of exposure that you had here, and with the kind of interaction that you had with the experts, and also the kind of networking that you do here in the next 6 days, your stay, your presence here would be very, very beneficial, and I think it's going to be lasting forever here. Now, deep learning in medical images, I do not know exactly what it is, but as I understand, today we actually in some of the techniques like MRI or PT scans or say CT scans and other things, there is a huge data that actually is there. Now, deep learning actually helps us to better organize the things. Deep learning actually gives a very deeper understanding of the data that is involved here. It actually helps us to perform certain things in a very precise manner to understand the implications of certain data, and also helps us to actually classify in the classification, in the fragmentation, and also in the detection of certain things. So the deep learning could actually help in the early diagnosis of certain areas also. It could also be a boost to lots of radiologists who might actually otherwise take a lot of time. It might also give an opportunity for the patient party to get a second opinion in a way, through this kind of an understanding here. the accessibility and cost factor is again another important dimension of the deep learning. And deep learning, I'm sure, with the insights like insights of Professor Nagbhushan and others, would actually help you to understand the medical research in a better way, and also help in the drug discovery, understanding disease mechanisms, and developing new image technologies by analyzing large scale data sets. So the area of data, especially in the computer field, is completely new to me. But I know that there is so much to learn. I only wish I had time to come and sit and to listen to the experts here, because this is an extremely interesting area, and it is also an emerging area, and especially when it is used in the medical field, it actually helps in the delivery of the health care itself. And therefore, this could be an extremely important area. This could actually revolutionize the complete medical setup in the coming days. And I'm happy that you all actually have taken initiative to come and understand the nuances of this area. I wish all of you a very pleasant stay, good learning, and which might also end up in a good networking, and you will all actually carry a good memory of this FDP and also continue your research in this particular area. I wish all of you good luck, and I also thank the organizers for giving this opportunity. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, sir, for your presidential remarks. Gratitude is the attitude that takes you to the attitude. To put across our words of gratitude, I now request Professor H.L. Shashireka Madam to propose vote of thanks.
Dignitaries on the dais, Professor Jairaj Amin sir, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor P. Nagbhushan sir, Vice Chancellor of Vijnan University, Professor B.H. Shekhar, Coordinator of this program, Professor Manjaya, Senior Professor of Department of Computer Science, staff from other departments, research scholars, participants, students, and everyone present here. It's my proud privilege to propose vote of thanks on behalf of the department and on behalf of this FDP. So today we have with us the support system of our university, Professor Jairaj Amin sir. In spite of his busy schedule, he has made his time for this inaugural program. Thank you very much, sir. I request Professor Shekhar to hand over a memento to Professor Jairaj Amin sir, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, as a token of love and respect. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Professor Shekhar. We are honored to have Professor Nagbhushan sir here. In spite of his busy schedule, he is with us and he will be delivering the next session from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. We have listened to his lecture many times we can say, but still every time, at least I always sit in his class as a new student. So because we'll get lot of knowledge, lot of different perspectives we can say. Sir, thank you very much for being with us, for accepting our invitation and to be with us today. Thank you very much, sir. My sincere thanks to Professor B.H. Shekhar, the coordinator of this program. Without his efforts, we could not have this FDP program. Thank you, Professor Shekhar. Thank you, Professor Manjaya, sir, for being with us on this occasion. I also thank Professor A.M. Khan, Professor Sharmila Kumari for their gracious presence in this inaugural session. I thank Dr. Bharti Pillar for the MC for this program. And my thanks are due to Computer Center. You can see the instruments here. A live recording of this is going on, and I also have shared this YouTube link in various groups. Maybe we can also share that link so that others also can be benefited if at all they are interested. So thank you very much for the Computer Center team for this live recording. And I thank all the participants who have come from different parts of the country. Make use of this. This should be like a festival where a peer group of people, or we can say people sailing in the same boat. So we are together and we can have a lot of discussions. Even if you do not understand anything, don't worry, you can build a network and you can start from the scratch. And if not for, as Professor Sir rightly mentioned, you may have come here with various reasons. Maybe one reason could be to just come out of your institute, as I usually do most of the time. If I want to go out of the institute, look for some workshop, look for some conference and just escape. But there should be a motive. And as Sir also has pointed, you have come with the purpose, see to it that the purpose is served, whatever may be the purpose. So I thank all the participants, all the students of our department, the staff of our department, and one and all who are present here. So thank you very much.
Thank you, madam, for the words of gratitude. Now we will have a group photo. I request all the participants to come to the desk. Please stand on the desk, and a few of you can stand in front of the desk. Please come forward. I also request Madam Sharmila and Professor Khan sir and Lakshmi ma'am.
तेरे सुप्त कण्ण ये विद्ये होन्न किरण दिन पाठ पठन गुरु बुद्धि वचन इदु विद्यादान ताण पडेदागलेनि सिरि शिक्षण नम अंधकार दमन मंगलूरु विश्वविद्यानिलय मंगलूरु विश्वोधनीय मुट्टु ಮೆಟ್ಟಿಲು ಹತ್ತು ದಿಲ್ಲೆ ಮೊದಲು ವಿದ್ಯೆಯೇ ನಮ್ಮಯ ಹಕ್ಕು ನಾಳೆಯ ದಿಕ್ಕು ಜೀವನದ ಸೆಲೆಯು
have a tea break. Tea is arranged outside this, right in front of this hall. And our session will start in 15 minutes. So please assemble here at 11:15. Thank you. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಎರೆಯುತ್ತ ಜ್ಞಾನ ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇನೆ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಜ್ಞಾನದೇ ಗೊಲವೆ ಬೀಡು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ ಕಡಲಿನ ತಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅರಿವು ಮೂಡಿಸುವ ಗುರುವೆ ದೇವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ಗುಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಾಧನೆಯ ಮುಟ್ಟು ಮೆಟ್ಟಿಲು ಹತ್ತೋದಿಲ್ಲೆ ಮೊದಲು ವಿದ್ಯೆಯೇ ನಮ್ಮಯ ಹಕ್ಕು ನಾಳೆಯ ದಿಕ್ಕು ಜೀವನದ ಸೆಲೆಯು
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಎರೆಯುತ್ತ ಜ್ಞಾನ ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇನೆ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಎರೆಯುತ್ತ ಜ್ಞಾನ ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇನೆ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ
ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಎರೆಯುತ್ತ ಜ್ಞಾನ ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಜ್ಞಾನದೇ ಗೊಲವೆ ಬೀಡು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ ಕಡಲಿನ ತಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅರಿವು ಮೂಡಿಸುವ ಗುರುವೆ ದೇವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ಗುಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಾಧನೆಯ ಮುಟ್ಟು ಮೆಟ್ಟಿಲು ಹತ್ತುವುದಿಲ್ಲೇ ಮೊದಲು ವಿದ್ಯೆಯೇ ನಮ್ಮಯ ಹಕ್ಕು ನಾಳೆಯ ದಿಕ್ಕು ಜೀವನದ ಸೆಲೆಯು
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಎರೆಯುತ್ತ ಜ್ಞಾನ ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು
ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇನೆ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಜ್ಞಾನದೇ ಗುಲವಿ ಬೀಡು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ ಕಡಲಿನ ತಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅರಿವು ಮೂಡಿಸುವ ಗುರುವೆ ದೇವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ಗುಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಾಧನೆಯ ಮುಟ್ಟು ಮೆಟ್ಟಿಲು ಹತ್ತುವುದಿಲ್ಲೇ ಮೊದಲು ವಿದ್ಯೆಯೇ ನಮ್ಮಯ ಹಕ್ಕು ನಾಳೆಯ ದಿಕ್ಕು ಜೀವನದ ಸೆಲೆಯು
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಎರೆಯುತ್ತ ಜ್ಞಾನ ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇನೆ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಎರೆಯುತ್ತ ಜ್ಞಾನ ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇನೆ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಜ್ಞಾನದೇ ಗುಲವಿ ಬೀಡು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ ಕಡಲಿನ ತಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅರಿವು ಮೂಡಿಸುವ ಗುರುವೆ ದೇವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ಗುಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಾಧನೆಯ ಮುಟ್ಟು ಮೆಟ್ಟಿಲು ಹತ್ತುವುದಿಲ್ಲೇ ಮೊದಲು ವಿದ್ಯೆಯೇ ನಮ್ಮಯ ಹಕ್ಕು ನಾಳೆಯ ದಿಕ್ಕು ಜೀವನದ ಸೆಲೆಯು
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಎರೆಯುತ್ತ ಜ್ಞಾನ ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇನೆ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇನೆ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಜ್ಞಾನದೇ ಗೊಲವೇ ಬೀಡು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ ಕಡಲಿನ ತಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅರಿವು ಮೂಡಿಸುವ ಗುರುವೇ ದೇವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ಗುಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಾಧನೆಯ ಮುಟ್ಟು ಮೆಟ್ಟಿಲು ಹತ್ತುವುದಿಲ್ಲೇ ಮೊದಲು ವಿದ್ಯೆಯೇ ನಮ್ಮಯ ಹಕ್ಕು ನಾಳೆಯ ದಿಕ್ಕು ಜೀವನದ ಸೆಲೆಯು
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಎರೆಯುತ್ತ ಜ್ಞಾನ ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇನೆ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಎರೆಯುತ್ತ ಜ್ಞಾನ ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇನೆ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
Participants, please take your seats. We'll start the session now. Welcome back to the first session of Faculty Development Program on Deep Learning Techniques for Advancing Medical Image Processing. Our distinguished speaker for the first technical session is Professor P. Nagbhushan sir, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Vignan University, Guntur, Andhra Pradesh, and a former Director of IIIT Allahabad. Here is a brief introduction of sir. Sir's biodata was 47 pages. Condensing his extensive 47-page biodata has been a great challenging yet worthwhile endeavor, I can say. His accomplishments are truly inspiring. We can have a 1-hour session where titled Inspiring Session, where we can simply read out sir's biodata, and that itself becomes a great inspiration. So, Professor P. Nagbhushan sir obtained his M.Tech degree from Birla Institute of Technology, Ranchi, and PhD under supervision of Dr. K. Chidananda Gowda sir, who is the former Vice Chancellor of Kuvempu University. He obtained several fellowships, FIAPS, Fellow of International Association of Physical Sciences, Fellow of Institution of Electronics and Telecommunication Engineering, Fellow of Institution of Engineers. He has received several prestigious awards, IEEE Educator of the Year 2021 from IEEE UP section in 2022, Education Excellency Award by Dainik Jagran 2019, Visiting Professor for the year 2009 by ISTE New Delhi, ICCR 08 Outstanding Academician and Researcher Award in appreciation of lifetime contribution to the field of computer science and engineering, IEEE ICSIP 06 Award in appreciation of lifetime contribution to the field of signal and image processing, highly performing alumina, Mahajan Education Society, Mahajan Junior College, Mysore, Lifetime Achievement Award RTI P2R 16 for outstanding achievement, global leadership and dedicated service. He is a National Merit Scholar throughout +2, graduate and postgraduate studies. Research publication, he has published 539 plus research papers, 30% journals, 30% international conference proceedings. About 120 plus papers are highly acclaimed DBLP indexed. The sponsored project by ISRO on dimensionality reduction was regarded as the top project of the year. He has successfully completed 35 candidates for PhD, and 3 candidates are working towards PhD. Sir has 3,479 citations with H index 31 and I-10 index 88. International exposure. He had international academy and research collaborations with the professors of several top universities in France, Portugal, USA, Australia, Singapore and Russia. I have shortened it to a brief paragraph. In University of Dauphine, Paris, carried out research work on Indo-French research assignment, served as an invited professor there, worked on an advanced research assignment by IFC-PAR, worked as an active member in taking a team of 10 members from India on Indo-French seminar on symbolic data analysis. This is in Paris University. In Tokyo, Dengi University, Japan, served as a visiting professor. In University of Moscow, Russia, he had been there as a team member of bilateral Indo-Russia workshop. Signo Valley State University, Michigan, served as an exchange consulting professor. The administrative positions held in IIIT Allahabad are Director of IIIT Allahabad, Chairman of Senate, Chairman of Building Works Committee, Officiating Chairman, Board of Governors and Finance Committee, Chairman of Kendriya Vidyalaya Sangathan, Mentor Director of IIIT Lucknow. In Mysore University, the various positions held by Sir. He was a professor, then Dean of Science and Technology, Chief Nodal Officer of Choice-Based Credit Pattern Continuous Assessment Education System, Director of Center for Information Science and Technology, Director of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation Board, Chairperson, Board of Studies, Board of Examiners in Computer Science and Electronics, visiting scientist, chairperson of Flexible CBCS System, chairman of PhD Regulation, member of Senate, member of Academic Council. Served as a chairman, vice chairman, Computer Society of India, Mysore chapter, and served as vice chairman of Kannada Ganaka Parishad, Mysore chapter. He has served as a chair, co-chair, program committee member for several international national conferences and workshops, advisory chair, editor for the proceedings of several international and national conferences and many reputed journals. In Amrita Vishwa Vidyalaya Peetam, deemed University Coimbatore, sir has served as a distinguished professor, served as chairperson of Committee for Postgraduate Studies and Research, member of Academic Council, then he played various administrative roles in University Nodal Contact for GAN, Global Initiative for Academic Networking, chairman of Academic Performance Committee, mentor and chairman for Specialized Studies in Design, Creative Arts and Tibetan Studies, B School member of University of Hyderabad, Technical Advisory Committee member, Indian Statistical Institution, Kolkata, Director of Bangalore Educational Society for Technology Advancement and Research, Principal of Bangalore Technological Institute, Professional Expert, Subject Expert, Accreditor, Expert Member in various bodies such as UGC, AICTE, DST, PSC. He is responsible in motivating the introduction of choice-based credit pattern continuous assessment education system in universities of Gujarat and Madhya Pradesh. He is a senior member of IEEE USA, life member of Indian Society of Technical Education, Computer Society of India, Institution of Engineers, Institute of Electronics and Telecommunication Engineers, IAPR and AI. Indian Science Congress Association, life member of Indian Socio, APR and AI, Indian Science Congress Association. As a working member of All India Board, AICTE for Computer Science Application and Information Technology. He participated and participating as an expert in selection, promotion of scientists, engineers, faculty, lecturers, readers, professors for various government institutes, research labs and university organizations. This is a very, very short and biodata of Professor P. Nagbhushan sir. Over to you, sir. Now, sir will begin his session, first technical session. We are lucky to have sir here. Thank you very much.
Hello. Yeah. Hello. Good. Am I audible to all of you? Good.
Forget about all that introduction. I am your colleague. I am your colleague to learn from you.
Okay. Number two, that is all past.
Now, presently, I am not doing anything. Naturally, I am outdated. You people speak about deep learning, and we were speaking about feature engineering in those days. Okay? Do you know what is the problem of PhD problem of Professor Shashireka? Maybe you do not know at all. It was a very, very interesting problem. It was a matchmaking problem. See, you have seen the advertisement on in daily newspapers. Wanted a bride, wanted a bridegroom, isn't it? So they tell that tall, handsome boy is looking for a tall girl or a educated girl, highly qualified girl or whatever it is, isn't it? So it was a very interesting matching problem which required, in those days she did not tell that because she did not know it, which required, any matching requires deep understanding of both, deep learning of both bride and bridegroom, isn't it? In fact, it is a multi-layered problem. If you are in USA, you will go through the multi-layers called multi-dating. You got to go through dating, and only after dating you will check out your compatibility. After compatibility also, they will not get married. But once they get married, they are highly committed. That doesn't mean that Indians are not committed. Isn't it? Had there been a choice, there could have been lot of ups. Okay? So deep learning ultimately comes to make a committed decision, not an alternative. What is more important is learning. Learning is the most important. Now, how to mechanize this learning? Mechanization of the learning is machine learning. Alright? Automating the learning process is machine learning. Or making the machine simulate the act of learning performed by a human being, performed by a natural intelligence. Okay? It's a machine learning. But what is the difference between human learning and machine learning? In human learning, most important point is we are aware of the context. Isn't it? We will definitely be aware of the context, and we are aware of the. So there has got to be two learning simultaneously, which a machine cannot do as on day. As on day, people have not invented how to code this ability of human being, how to program this ability of human being. Alright? Alright. Now, naturally, of course, your topic is medical image analysis, but I want to be at little higher level with special reference to medical informatics. Medical informatics is not just medical image analysis. It has got plenty more, many more activities. In fact, medical informatics is a subset of bioinformatics. So bioinformatics is a bigger umbrella, and medical informatics is a part of that. Medical image analysis is only a focused small part of it, very focused. And in that also, the gynecology image analysis is entirely different. Fetus image analysis in gynecology is again entirely different. Brain image analysis is totally different. MRI, whole body MRI is entirely very, very interesting problem. Is it all right? So these are all, naturally there are many more activities, we will try to pick up whatever the things. But of course, I shall not go very formally from the definition, but I shall go with my typical thoughts. What are the new problems? What could be the problems? What are the interesting situations? In fact, you have got to listen to one YouTube lecture by IIT Kharagpur assistant professor on medical image analysis. When you hear that lecture, you would definitely understand what is the difference between a lecture for IIT aspirants and a lecture for others. Do you know the first slide he starts with? Very interesting. He starts with, these are the research challenges. And these challenges are international research challenges posed for international conferences. And these are the data sets which are available. All right? At the end of my lecture, every one of you is supposed to pick up one or the other problem from here as your assignment. Right? So that's what ultimately my typical thoughts are only towards that, not really to underestimate any one of you, but the extent, the depth to which one has got to go is more important. Right. So different stages in medical treatment. First is diagnosis. All right, that's the most important part. First, of course, it is not even diagnosis. A patient should feel that he has got to go to a doctor. Right? So a patient has got to feel that there is something different happening to him from his normal behavior. Isn't it? And the doctor should also feel that there is something deviation from the normal course of action. Is it all right? So, one has got to able to learn very clearly that there is something wrong. That's all. First stage is there is something wrong. That's what is the inspiration for diagnosis. All right. In fact, there is a very interesting problem. Who is a better doctor? Human medical doctors or vet doctors? The doctors on animals. So this doctor will ask you only, what is the problem? Isn't it? And you will give the answer. He will give the medicine. Whereas a veterinary doctor, whom can he ask what is the problem? Isn't it? So we imagine a learning which has got to be done by a veterinary doctor. Isn't it? Even a deaf and dumb will show that there's a problem like this. He will make. So what you have got to understand here is, when I mentioned deaf and dumb can make a show, the problem will be presented through not one medium, through several expressions, through several mediums. Unable to walk, isn't it? Unable to stand up, even unable to sit down, feels like lying down, isn't it? Unable. All right? Head feeling heavy, eyes not at all ready to open, right? Okay? And of course, the medication is, no medication is also medication. You don't need any medicine. Take rest. Right? You definitely don't need any medicine. Change your attitude in thinking. Go change the place. isn't it? Change the place. So medication. And then doctor has got to follow up the course of treatment. In cancer, it is not chemotherapy. It is course of chemotherapy, isn't it? So that is what has got to happen. All right. Then comes, or concurrently comes, prognosis. Diagnosis is opposite to prognosis. Prognosis is projection. How will it happen? What will happen to my medication? How will it cure? So prognosis requires ability to see, ability to is it okay? Ability to understand okay. So prognosis is the ability to see beyond. What are the inputs? Naturally, your body. Your body, all diagnostic inputs, and of course the medication that projects. That is the projection, the prediction. This is prognosis. Then the follow-up. All right. Now, where is computer? See, for you, it's only one doctor. For a doctor, you are not the only case, only patient. But the moment he sees you, how will he recollect your past history? Is it okay? So he has got to recollect the past history. He has got to recollect when did he prescribe the previous medicine, and then what has got to go, and then he has got to imagine, he has got to visualize. Visualize what is happening. This entire visualization is picturization. And that is where the computers would help in building up the pictures, images. Is it all right? So, computers not only have got to work on the images, have got to build up the future images also for the doctor when the follow-up is happening. Is it all right? That's exactly the course of 4 important stages. Of course, prescription and prognosis normally would be combined. Prognosis and treatment will normally be combined. Normally it will be combined. In all stages, okay, in all stages, you will see how algorithm or how algorithmic approach would be taking the central stage. However, what is most important is the domain knowledge, right? You are all good in computing aspects. You may be good in general image processing, but you need not be good in medical image processing, because that is where the domain knowledge comes into picture. A medical doctor is very good in domain knowledge, but he does not have this knowledge at all. Alright, he does not know how really he could use the machine to help him. That is where this entire field is very, very important. Do you know, even surgery, of course, you should be knowing that now, you must be hearing on all advertisements also, take him to this hospital because here it is computerized surgery or robotic surgery being done. Human being does not do the surgery. Human being may not do the surgery. It is a robot which can make the surgery. In fact, the removal of a blood clot, I have watched this robotic surgery. Your whole skull is a 3-dimension, isn't it? And it is an excellent example of spherical coordinates, isn't it? R theta phi. The blood clot location has got to be identified in terms of the depth where the blood clot has taken place, which is R, and at which inclination and on which orbit. Alright? And then once you fix up, then naturally the drilling machine, the drilling has got to go. That is the difference, beauty of a robot. Very specified drilling will happen, and drilling will be instantaneous. Right? In fact, even without anesthesia, one can undergo this surgery. Right? Because the transient effect is so strong that you will not really feel anything. So not only it does drilling, when it reaches the point, then it has got to do sucking of the blood, like this. You know, like you take coconut water, right? Like you take, Coca-Cola from a bottle, it has got to do that. And then immediately it has got to come back. And then immediately it has got to send all the medicine to be pushed in here. Right? Absolutely, skull is not broken. Alright? That's the beauty. That's the way one has got to imagine the whole problem. Okay? So, on the other hand, I have also seen this surgery, a tumor surgery. In this tumor surgery, the skull has been removed totally, was kept in the refrigerator, deep refrigerator. Then the doctor performs the tumor removal, brings back the skull from the deep freezing and puts it back. This also I have seen. You have got to watch a serial, BBC serial. This was on Netflix. This was called Surgeon's Cut. There are only four doctors. Story of only 4 doctors. One was of a UK doctor, another of a USA doctor, another two USA doctors. One of them was a lady. Another is Devi Shetty of Bangalore. Narayana Hrudayalaya. Devi Shetty, who is a specialist heart surgeon. So only 4 episodes. You have got to really see that. Only then you will understand how this medical image analysis automation is more totally, whole computer, whole learning automatically is utilized by all these doctors. It is called the story of a surgeon's cut. In fact, in that, one doctor is a fetus expert. The child in the womb, he would perform surgery on the child in the womb, and he has saved the children. Right? Then you have got to imagine, he has got to look at the screen only and do the operation. Right? How can he look into the womb? Right? He has got to look into the screen and perform the surgery here. Right? The lead, everything has got to be done. Right? So that's why That is where you have got to concentrate, not an ordinary problem like MRI, medical image analysis. These are all rudimentary, simple problems. But I am mentioning this from the humanitarian consideration. This doctor himself was a cancer patient. Morning he will take chemotherapy. 11:30 he will go to his clinic, his hospital, and he will do that. One nurse will be there to take care of the doctor, and 2 or 3 nurses are there to take care of the fetus. Alright? That is the dedication. Right? And of course, you have got to watch Devi Shetty's also. Right? Devi Shetty's also is very heart touching, and he is really a computer expert. In fact, I had invited Devi Shetty for the convocation at IIIT Allahabad. Okay, so these are the 4 stages. Now diagnosis. Naturally, diagnosis is now machine assisted diagnosis. Not that machine will do the diagnosis, it is machine assisted diagnosis. So it will help the doctor to straight away converge on to the issue rather than floating around lot of diagnostic possibilities. Okay? So machine acts as the first level expert in helping the doctor to take up the diagnosis. So it is machine intelligence assisted diagnosis, not machine assisted, machine intelligence assisted diagnosis. But from where does this intelligence come? Naturally from the experts only. It all comes only from experts. Is that all right? Okay. So machine intelligence assisted diagnosis. Recently, my wife had a tooth problem when she was in Allahabad, and way back also there used to be an X-ray for tooth. Now the whole machine is so interesting that absolutely the doctor said, I will just take an X-ray, and she thought she has got to get ready and etc. No, doctor was talking, the machine came, the machine saw, and he was seeing the image, her teeth was visible, and he took a decision. We don't have even the X-ray printout of that. Alright, so this is what is machine intelligence assisted diagnosis. Could you get it? You can see the cricket matches which you are seeing. How does the automatic camera follow the ball? How does it automatically follow the ball? That's exactly the same thing. The same intelligence, automatically it goes to the faulty tooth. You need not focus for that. Right? So this is what is the machine intelligence assisted diagnosis. But advantage is diagnosis is directed by the preliminary observations and symptoms. Is it okay? Isn't it? Preliminary observations, preliminary symptoms, already doctor knows. So he directs. Is that all right? So your diagnostic algorithms, you think of data structure. What should be the data structure? Data structure, if you are working on an image, naturally data structure for the image. If you are working on descriptions like pathology test, naturally that's a different data structure. If you are working on set of observations, then it is a different data structure. Plus lead observations, leading observations and leading symptoms. Is it okay? So what is essential here is doctor should have a feeling that this is the way in which the direction, diagnosis has got to take place. Only then machine assisted diagnosis can be possible. Is that okay? In fact, the moment you have a break of your bone, the simplest image is the X-ray image, isn't it? Simplest image is X-ray image. And the moment X-ray image, you see, what does your orthopedician tell? He will tell this view of this bone, isn't it? Not general view of your bone. He will definitely tell left view, left vertical, inclined by 22 degree, inclined by 45 degree. That is what is I mentioned, observation and symptoms. Is it all right? Okay. But who observes the X-ray sheet? Your orthopedic doctor observes. Specialist, radiologist would observe. What does he observe for? What does he observe for? Whatever he observes is how much is it deviated from its natural appearance. Isn't it? Okay. So the diagnosis should lead to, so the machine intelligence or the machine learning is naturally objective based. Any learning is always objective based. Without objective, there cannot be something called neutral learning. There cannot be just a called learning. Right? So, the objective based, particularly in medical cases, they are all clue supported. They have the clues. In other situation, it is only objectives. So, in general, computer science problems, pattern recognition problems, image processing problems, we have objective. We may not have clues. Right? We may be having only the mountains. We may not have the clues which could be a volcano out of these mountains. We may not have the clue. Right? But here there is a clue also. Alright. So, the learning has got to be always objective based. You have got to be aware of the objective. Have you thought of any learning? Of course, many of you blindly use those MATLAB packages, blindly use that learning packages. But then you don't know that there has got to be an objective behind learning. Alright. See, when you talk to your mother also, just don't talk to your mother without an objective. There is an objective. Right? Most of the time we don't underscore that objective. So one most important thing is objectiveless learning cannot be possible. It is impossible to do anything without an objective. So people tell classification. Classification itself is the objective there. People tell that I will do, I will do labeling. That itself is an objective. Tell me, anywhere have you learnt anything without an objective? Anything. Tell me, why do you come to your class? With an objective. Tell me, why do you go and take up a work? There is an objective. Maybe salary could be an objective, maybe something else could be an objective, but there has got to be an objective. Okay? So people have got to be aware that those who want to go for learning algorithms, they should know for what objective should I tune this learning. Alright? Okay. Related to medical informatics, can the objectives be at two levels? This medical informatics does not tell. I am interpreting it. First time I tried this with one of my PhD scholar who was working on with me for his ICMR project. I had an ICMR project on Alzheimer's disease and dementia, Parkinson disease problems. Okay, in that I said we shall not work on the patients. First we shall build up
a knowledge base of healthy images, healthy or normal images. See, a medical doctor is, a orthopedic doctor is very much aware how will be a healthy bone. Only then he is able to tell this is the amount of crack in the bone. Isn't it? Only then he can see a crack, a hole in the bone, a twist in the bone. Only then he can observe. So, my proposal was to build up, can we do it at two levels? One, healthy and normal. Then, unhealthy, abnormal, deviated. Isn't it? First we shall have a thorough knowledge of healthy, but then who will come unnecessarily to image themselves? Only when doctor suspects breast cancer you will go. I mean, not some lump in the breast, then only you will go. Otherwise, why will you go? Is it all right? So, this problem is how to build up the knowledge base of completely healthy sample space. Okay, completely normal. Only when you know what is normal, you can definitely tell what is abnormal, what is deviated. Is that okay? Yeah, come, I'll just tell you. When you go with a headache, if the doctor suspects a tumor, if a doctor has a clue that it is tumor, then my medical imaging focuses on tumor. So it is a suspected, that is the objective there. Right? That is the objective. Doctor has a doubt, has a clue, has a suspicion, has a prediction. And that prediction does not simply come because of his experience. He has done some other pathological tests. Isn't it? It is supported by some evidence like pathological test. Like he has observed the patient suddenly falling, losing consciousness. All these pathological inputs will be there. Is that okay? So, first is healthy. If you know what are healthy and normal samples, then you can be able to talk about unhealthy, abnormal and deviation. So, this, in fact, in theory of learning, none of us have focused on this particular point. We just learn. We just tell that we will give 75% of the samples and then use 25% of the samples for testing. But nobody has tried this. The first learning has got to be, the machine has got to feel that this sample given to me does not belong to healthy class. There is some problem in that. It does not belong to healthy class. What problem is it? How does that algorithm know? That algorithm knows that it is not healthy. That's all. Because it is not assigned to, it cannot be assigned to this class. Is that all right? Are you getting it? It's difficult concept. Concept appears simple. It does not belong to. Like a very simple example, mother will refer a boy to a young girl. Because mother is interested in seeing that the young girl should get married. But the moment she talks to the boy for the first time, she feels that this boy is not for me. How does she feel that this boy is not for me? It is a mother's wrong choice. She has wrongly referred to me. How does she feel that? That is all. She cannot tell that this boy is not useful for me, but this boy could be useful for my sister. She cannot be able to tell. But only that she knows that this boy is not fit for me. Is it okay? So that is the first level of algorithm. If that can be done, a powerful job has already been done. Then, as gentleman has already put it, I come to the next learning. Now in this next learning, the doctor has already got some more clues, right? Right? These clues should become the additional features. Alright? Medical images or whatever required will go as the primary feature, input. Additional feature is, periodic, whatever it is, right? Whatever the, it can be pathological test, or it can be clinical observations, or it can be symptomatic observations, whatever it is, you should add them on. Then it becomes a directed search to find out the gravity of unhealthiness. Not just unhealthy. Unhealthy is already confirmed because this has rejected, this test has rejected, is unhealthy, is confirmed. The next test, the next learning should be towards this. But now what are we doing? We are mixing up all the samples. We give healthy samples, we also give unhealthy samples, and we think that the machine is intelligent enough to discriminate both of them, and of course we are giving it labeled samples only. We are giving it as labeled samples, but then can I label only healthy samples to begin with and make the machine strong enough to tell that this sample does not belong to this class? Only then it moves to the second stage. And when it moves to the second stage, which neural network should be chosen? The one which has been trained on those unhealthy samples, not on all varieties of unhealthy samples. Could you get it? See, headache can be for several reasons. Alright. If it is tumor suspected, then it has got to go to that neural network, that deep learning architecture which has already been trained with that data. Only then diagnostic accuracy will be very high. Isn't it? But now what is happening? Look at your algorithms. If there are, let us say, 5 classes, 5 different types of abnormalities, 5 different classes in the population, you will train. System is very good in diagnosing all these 5 classes, very good. But you give a sample which does not belong to any of these 5 classes. Is your system intelligent enough to tell no, it does not belong to any of the 5 classes? It forcibly puts it to nearest class. Is that a diagnosis? It's a wrong diagnosis. And not only it is wrong diagnosis, it will end in wrong medication also. Isn't it? It is going to end in wrong medication also. Therefore, the multiple stage I am suggesting is very simple. You go for a yes-no algorithm only. The yes-no algorithm, no, this sample definitely belongs to my learning. Right? It definitely is tumor-ridden. It is definitely cancerous tumor-ridden. It is definitely benign tumor. You can remove it, whatever it is. No, it is not tumor. Then it will go to next neural network. Is it alright? But they can all be concurrent. They can all be concurrent. They can all be parallel neural networks. They can all be concurrent. Is it okay? So, always think this. Most of your papers, most of the literature definitely tells, I have trained a system with 5 classes and it's excellent, it is performing excellent, its performance accuracy is 96.8%. Good, 96.8%. Good. But still the inaccuracy is 3.2%. Isn't it? Diagnosis cannot be something called 96.8%. What if a sample falls into this 3.2% group and it is classified as one of the class for which this is not the sample? I give you still a simpler example. There is a 5, handwritten 5. There is a handwritten yes. Handwritten 5, handwritten yes, handwritten 6. I have trained the system to classify very badly handwritten 5, 6 and 8. 5, 6 and yes. Now I shall give a badly handwritten 8. Badly handwritten 8. I have not trained the system with badly handwritten 8, but I am giving. So the system should be able to refute this straight away, reject this straight away. But on the other hand, none of your systems are doing that job. This 8 will be assigned either to 5 or to 6 or to 7. Yes. It will not tell no, it does not belong to me. Is that okay? Could you get it? This is the state which you have got to achieve in medical diagnosis. Otherwise, doctor, if he solely depends upon the machine, if he does not depend upon his intuition would be telling there is something wrong, but still he thinks, computer detection is so much, therefore I should try my diagnosis in that direction, which is waste of time. Is it okay? So, you have got to understand, can I make it at 2 levels? Nobody will speak about it. Nobody. Computer engineers will not speak about it, and doctors also will not be knowing it. Okay? So, you think about it seriously. Okay? Once proven to be not normal, not healthy, then specific learning to estimate the nature of deviation. That is what the amount of deviation. That is the degree of sickness. Okay? Degree of, okay, then doctor can decide what should be the course of action. Should it be replacement of the bone, or should it be only simple plaster in case of orthopedic, or in case of cancer, what is the level of cancer, what has got to be done, in case of brain, in case of spinal cord, he can take the call. Right? In case of the MRI image, he can take the call. Right? So, this is what your diagnosis should do. You should be able to tell the amount of deviation. First is nature of deviation, then the amount of deviation. Broken bone, right, is nature. How much is it broken? Right? Alright? Twisted ligament, right? How much is it twisted? What is the problem? What is it doing? Okay, that is the amount of deviation. Okay? So, all that I am trying to tell you is, attempt any research from its philosophical requirement, not to make only a small epsilon change and get one more paper published. If your research is only for your PhD degree, do that. But the outcome should be useful to the society. Alright? Okay. Then, in view of multiple sources of diagnostic tests, okay? Now, this is another problem. See, when a patient goes, how many types of images a doctor would ask him to undergo? Is it only one imaging? Multiple images? Imaging is one part. Other than imaging also there are many other tests. Isn't it? Right? Biopsy they do, and outcome of the biopsy is also, one goes for imaging of the biopsy, another goes for chemical analysis. Isn't it? The pathological analysis of that. Right? And then, remember, The doctors will also do historic case study of yours, history, family history, from when, and your own history, from when did you observe this problem, when will you observe this problem, etc. So, there are multiple sources of information collected at multiple points, right? Without telling anybody what is the suspicion, can you ask every source to give its own diagnosis? Don't tell. All right, you just send your image to the radiologist, ask his opinion. Send this to some other biologist, ask his opinion. Send this to pathologist, ask his opinion. Is it okay? So, my point is, can I go for federated learning? Learning at distributed points, at distributed sources. Because you are also sent into pathology lab to give your blood. Your also sample is drawn, biopsy sample is drawn. More than that, you are also subjected to MRI imaging. You are subjected to some other imaging. Is it okay? Is it okay? So, can a federated learning be possible? One, independent, without telling. Two, by giving the clue. I suspect this. Is it all right? Then can I combine fusion of learning? Can the fusion of all these things be possible? Is that okay? Federated learning. Can that be possible? Yes, it should be possible. Right? So, my first lecture should have been the last lecture. Then you would have understood how all these things could be possible in the future. But nevertheless, you now listen to anybody's lecture keeping all these problems in your mind. Can federated learning be possible? Alright. Okay. Okay. So, objective based now, we end up collecting so many features. Alright. And you come to me asking for a PhD seat. Alright, you are a beautiful girl. I have a grown up son who has still not fallen in love with anybody. Where would be my mind? Can you be my daughter-in-law would be the first thing, isn't it? Isn't it? Can I try you as my daughter-in-law? So what features am I focusing? I have not focused on your research capability at all. Isn't it? I am not at all focused on your research capability. I have focused on your beauty. I have focused on your smartness in presenting yourself. And of course, I have also focused on the fact that you are sufficiently educated. And of course, if you can come and ask for a PhD seat, I have also focused on the fact that your family background is good enough that they are motivating you to take a PhD. Therefore, why should she not be my daughter-in-law? Isn't it? Isn't it? So, you have plenty of features. But out of those features, I have selected only the subset of features which possibly could be a match for only for my son, keeping only my son in my mind. This is feature subsetting. On the other hand, suppose I am really serious with you for my project, then do I look at your beauty? Do I look at what is your height? Do I even ask you what is the age? Of course, I would look into the age because only youngsters can be quick in doing lot of research. But on the other hand, I would look into in your mathematical aptitude, not in a daughter-in-law. Only as a, see, I will not look into your, visibility. I will not look into how beautiful you are. I may not even ask what is your family background. For a daughter-in-law, family background is required. So for my research scholar, I may not look into the family background also. I only look into some other aspects. This is what is feature subsetting. So now you recall what I mentioned. Earlier I said objective, already clue, suspicion is there, no? When the suspicion is there, the doctor will go only into those features. So your diagnosis also, your learning also should automatically get into only those features. That means your learning system should have weightage factors known for every feature depending upon the clue, depending upon the direction. Like it is suspected cancer, suspected carcinoma, skin disease, then what sort of readings, what sort of weightages. All readings have been done, all features have been done, it's all imaging only. But how automatically I can give the relative weightages? Is it okay? That is what is the feature reduction. Alright. Now, other most important problem here when it comes to feature reduction, approximately some of you would be knowing that principal component analysis is one method of feature reduction, etc. Good. Now, how many samples you have considered for feature reduction, particularly feature transformation? Number one. Number two, what are the relative diseases present in them? What are the diseases present in that population? Like I just previously told you, are you training it on 5 classes? Are you training it on 6 classes? That is important, isn't it? All bone deviations, okay, it has, you are going to tell I got an intelligent system, etc. All bone problems, good. How many all? That is most important. Do you know, after all, the bone breakage is only in one bone, in a small place. The anomaly is very small in medical case. Where is the tumor? Not in this part of the body, it is somewhere. Where is the tumor? Not anywhere, it may be here, it may be here. What is the size of the tumor? So the anomaly is very small. In a general learning, it will automatically miss the presence. Isn't it? Nobody will even diagnose the presence of that. So your principal, your dimensionality reduction, your feature reduction or your feature subsetting should be able to project what cannot be seen by a normal diagnosis, normal vision. Suppose an ant is moving on this table. One ant. Can I find out where is the ant moving? Suppose somebody tells there is an ant moving on this table. Then what would be your method of looking at the table? Isn't it? That's exactly what is the difference. Now, only problem is this. Suppose you are aware of 5 diseases, 6 diseases, definitely you can know what is the type of feature reduction you have got to do. Is it okay? But if this patient has a 7th disease from that of 6th disease, how can you do feature reduction? How can you work on that reduced feature space when he has got a 7th defect, not the 6th defect, not one of the 6 defects? Could you get it? Right? Okay. Then, I ask you other way around now. Suppose I have 5 classes, right? And I remove one class from this. What will be the feature reduction if I give you the set of samples, but I don't tell you that there are 4 classes in this, I remove one class. All samples belong to one class. The simple example, okay, I have how many digits? 10 digits, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So I give all handwritten digits, all handwritten digits and ask you to train the system. Sure, you would train the system. Next time what I do is, I pull out all samples belonging to one class. But I don't tell you that. I don't tell you that. I pulled out. Let us say all handwritten samples of 8 I have pulled out. But you generally know that 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. How will you do dimensionality reduction? What will happen to principal components, or what will happen to eigenvalues and eigenvectors if I pull out one class and do dimensionality reduction in n minus 1 classes, not n number of classes? Alright. If totally n classes are there, I know how to do what is dimensionality reduction. I would know that, and I can pick up the knowledge. But if it is n minus 1 classes or n minus 2 classes or n plus 1 classes, could you get it? Because in a medical diagnosis, every patient is a new case. Alright? Is it okay? Do you know, I got to tell you one more problem here in medical diagnostic. See, in regular handwritten sample classes or in object recognition of regular pattern recognition problem, you know their sizes. But human beings come in different sizes. Right? For example, look at this gentleman. Isn't it? And look at some other gentleman. How does the machine understand that his size of his heart is normal? How does machine understand that? Isn't it? Right? And the thickness of the bone. How does the machine understand that it is not extra calcination? It is normal thickness of this person. How does it understand? So, the pre-normalization, normalization are very big problems with human, because every human being is of different size and has a different background, different. Is it okay? So, for even smallest thing you do not know. One is BP. If a lawyer goes to a doctor for BP, and if even a teacher goes for a BP, even if the reading is 90, he will tell, doctor will tell normal, but the machine may not tell normal. Alright. And in fact, the BP of all the people who live on an altitude is always high, but it is normal for a doctor. He tells normal, don't worry. Right? So, these features, how will you incorporate? Right? You don't do it. Because you don't have domain expertise. Only doctor will do it. Right? So, all samples come in different shapes, different sizes, and naturally when you do the imaging, it is automatically normalized. Isn't it? When you go for a magnet, even this big fat man also should go into the same tray, and a small picture also should go into the same tray, and then they do the. But then, in that normalized picture, how will you do that scale up and scale down automatically? Do you know the amount of medicine, the amount of chemicals which the patient would be advised later depends upon the age and depends upon the physical composition of the person. Is it okay? It is not the same medicine. It is not 1 crocin for you. He will tell you, you take 4 crocins per day. And whereas for somebody, he will tell only 2 crocins per day. It depends upon the constitution of the body. Is it okay? So, these are the issues, the objective base. See, this is visible for a doctor. Okay? And then naturally the sample size. I have told you about the sample size till now. Okay. So, learning is naturally, it is dependent on the training set size. That's what normally you tell. You normally have told in all your pattern recognition classes, in all your learning classes, you have already told training set should be big. That's all you know. How big should it be? Don't know. Nobody has told. Number one. Number two. Come to the real physical meaning of learning. Who is a teacher? Teacher is a supervisor. How does supervisor understand that this boy or this girl is intelligent? How does a teacher understand that this boy is very intelligent, this girl is very intelligent, very smart? How does he understand? Okay, ability to answer. Good. The whole interesting point is, even with the minimum exposure, how much a student can absorb and react, isn't it? Whereas in all machine learning, you don't do that. You are doing on exhaustive learning. You are doing on learning with large data set. You never have thought of making the learning with minimum data set. Have you done it? Have you done it? This is the new direction that you have got to think. Alright. See, in a common day-to-day life, I call somebody as a learned person or as intelligent learner, provided this candidate does not make use of the teacher more frequently. He or she should take the minimum input from the teacher, minimum input, and maximum learning has got to happen on her side. Right? So this point now we have got to think. See, naturally, for cancer, how many training sets can be possible? Who is going to come and give the data? For Alzheimer's disease, how many training sets can be possible? Isn't it? See, if you have got to do learning, then how many accidents have got to happen? Isn't it? So now can you think of such a learning mechanism where learning can be with minimum number of samples, few number of samples? Then what sort of sample should be given for learning? Okay? In fact, my recent work was on minimizing the training samples. So even if somebody gives me k number of samples for one class, out of k can I reduce the number of samples and still achieve the same level of learning? Is it all right? So instead of talking to every one of you, can I take a subset of the class and my knowledge about the class should be same, not less, not anything less than what all of you would teach me. So that's what is minimizing the training samples, which is very, very necessary in medical image analysis, because you will not get data, you will not, isn't it? So all those who are doing PhD in medical image analysis, they always tell, sir, data not available, sir. Sir, I don't get so much of data. But then, with whatever the data is available, can you make a learning? Alright? And subsequently, when new cases keep coming, can you automatically reinforce the learning? Can you automatically update the learning? Where have you seen this? Where have you seen this? In bank, how many signatures would they collect from you when you open the account? Only 3 signatures. Verify her signature. But when there is a deviation in the signature, he will update himself. Isn't it? So this is incremental learning. Isn't it? Incremental, periodic, reinforced learning. Reinforcement and learning is happening. Is it okay? Could you get it? So can I do this incremental learning with my old patient? My old patient keeps coming. And of course, when my old patient keeps coming, naturally, I know what is his age also. His age is also progressing. Therefore, can I keep on incrementally learning? Isn't it? So, one is minimizing the training samples, and another is choosing the samples for training set properly, and then thinking of incrementally learning on the happenings. Okay? Alright, good. So learning is target class specific learning. I have told you now. That is what I have been trying to tell you. Target class specific learning. Now, well, target class specific learning is fine. Okay? I have a girlfriend and I make that to look like a arranged marriage only. Alright? So I go and I made everything. The interview is arranged. I go. Alright. So target class is known. Target class training is done. But unfortunately, I never knew that she had a twin sister. And she comes and gives me a cup of coffee on that day. What is going to happen? What's going to happen? Or she has a cousin who is looking equally beautiful and looking like her only. Or her own younger or elder sister who is looking like that. Or it can be her mother who is still looking young. Isn't it? So this is the problem in most of the learning, in target class learning, target class specific learning. What would happen if the other classes other than the target class, what would happen to the other classes other than the target class? Number one. Number two, I think it should be in the next slide. What would happen if other than the target classes are deceptively similar to the target class? Very deceptively similar to the class. For example, all of you, you know that, what is that, soppu, what is that? You will buy in the market, right, for, palak soap, all those things, isn't it? Palak, whatever it is. Even today I cannot differentiate between the two different. Alright, because they are all deceptively similar. I cannot differentiate between two grasses, they are deceptively similar. What would happen if you train on one target class and there is a deceptively similar class? You are sure. You have trained on a cancerous cell, you have trained, your system is very good, 100% accurate. But then if there is a deceptively closer class and give it to that, what's going to happen? As it is, your classifier is bad. I have already told you. 5 classes and you give the 6th class, it will forcibly assign it to one of the 5 classes. Now this is a more dangerous problem, deceptively similar. What would happen? You would end up marrying somebody else also. Isn't it? Isn't it? Alright. Obi, I mean, if people know that if they come in gungut, how will you identify whose face is there, whose chada is there behind the gungut? Isn't it? Right. So, target class specific training, when target class is marked, good, is marked with the presence of other classes deceptively closer to the target class. Okay? This is a very big headache. Very big headache. Okay? Very, very big headache. Alright. Alright. So you should address these difficult problems, not ordinary problems. Getting PhD is okay, but real problems are these. Alright? So, when you are teaching the system, you should have a mechanism to teach the system with negative training samples. So you should give the training samples which belong to that disease You should also give the training samples which do not belong to the disease and label it does not belong to this. Okay? Does not belong to this. You give 5, you give yes and tell that this is not 5. You give handwritten 5 and also give handwritten yes. And when you are giving handwritten yes to train the target class, tell that this is not 5. It is other than 5. Is that okay? Good. So, this you have got, I think you have some papers, lot of papers available on negative samples. So, in medical diagnosis, I already told you, do it at multiple levels, not at one level, at multiple levels. Okay? So, without any focused objective, a neutral learning can be possible? No, not at all possible. I mean, as far as I am concerned, I don't know. If somebody can tell me a neutral learning can be possible, I would be very happy. Okay? Right. Now, the next is, when I mentioned about multiple level learning, I also mentioned this decision making also. When few features or very few features are just 100% sufficient to diagnose, then why do you go for one more test, another test? You can start the treatment, isn't it? Isn't it? Only when the case is fuzzy, only when the case is doubtful, you go to the next neural network, next level. So, in a deep learning architecture, of multiple levels, you should know what is diagnosis efficiency at every level. At some level, the efficiency of diagnosis is 100% for a particular sample. Why do you unnecessarily go for that? Right? If at all you have decided that you shall not take this candidate as a PhD candidate, why do you go with this candidate till the end? You don't need to, isn't it? So that's another multiple level. I don't know whether I have mentioned it here or not. Okay, all right. So look here. Learning, naturally, learning is supervised, directed, isn't it? So I give the samples for learning. These are all labeled samples, isn't it? On the other hand, I just give the objective. I just tell that this is what I have got to do. Given the objective, can you choose the samples automatically? Can the machine choose the samples automatically? This is what is unsupervised. Objective is known. Samples, not labeled samples. I don't give you the labeled samples. Objective is known. But can you automatically choose the right samples for learning? First problem is, I have given the training set for the objective. So objective is known, training set is also known, so it is totally supervised learning. Now, second level, objective is now known. You have also learnt using some training set. Can you automatically further choose the samples in an unsupervised way to reinforce your learning, to magnify your learning? Okay? Very, very interesting problem. Try that. These are all recurrent neural networks, reoccurring automatically. You people are talking about all these things today. Today. My PhD student who became Vice Chancellor much before me was my third PhD student who did it way back. About 25 years ago. He was Dr. N.V. Subba Reddy. Do you know one more interesting thing? Today, your neural network architecture sizes and shapes are different. I said no. Same neural network architecture should be copied. All right, you can see my publications, earlier publications, way back. See, same neural network, same architecture. The output of this should come back and again, not come back, get on to another neural network which is similar to that. All right, which is similar to that. But here today you reduce, change it, all change the size of the neural network. We were not doing that. I was not doing that at that time. I did not allow him. Right? So these are all the interesting problems. Okay? Okay. All right. Oh, for that matter, when B.H. Shekhar did the work with me, even today that paper is receiving the citations, even today. All right. So that is to find out automatically the existence of linear structures in the total population. All right. So learning now. One is, I have already told you who is intelligent learner. No intelligent learning has been done till now. Who is intelligent learner? The one who requires the teacher minimum. Right? And the other thing is from partial information. How do you do from the partial information? The part of it I have told you in federated learning. See, for the same disease you will collect the data from different sources. Each source is a partial information. From that partial information, how can you make a prediction? How can you do the diagnosis? No, that is a complete information about pathology, about your body only. But that needs complementary information from my imaging also. But however, only from that information, what can be your possible decisions? Number one. Number two, from partial information. Right? Information is, see, naturally after the accident, a patient comes to you. It's only partial information. Everything is partial. Not full information is available. So you got to make the quick guess also at that time. So how should be your neural network? Right? So try working on this. Partial information is a very slightly complicated problem, but still, of course, when there is no challenge, there is no interest in research. Isn't it? Isn't it? In fact, I was a student of Birla Institute of, do you know when did I get this problem into my mind? I was a student of Birla Institute of Technology. My PG classroom, interestingly, in that institution, the bottom of the door was transparent. There was a glass at the bottom of the door. I even today do not understand why Birla Institute of Technology provides glass transparent at the bottom of the door. Right? Naturally, if a man walks along the door, it is of no interest. If a beautiful woman walks, then we start simulating how she could be on the top if her legs are so beautiful. Isn't it? Isn't it? Do you know this is one celebrated problem? A big king asked to sketch the face of his wife, only showing partially the hand of that wife. Can you build up? Right? This needs lot of training with other than this case. Isn't it? So that's a beautiful problem from partial visibility. From very, very partial visibility. I was in Allahabad, I was in all these places, and there naturally, Gungat. How will you estimate how beautiful the person is in spite of this Gungat present, partial visibility? Okay. Interview. How will you decide in the interview this man is going to be a good professor? After all, you have spoken to him half an hour. It's only partial visibility. So from that partial visibility, partial information, how will you predict? Today, central government insists on interaction with the selection committee if one has got to become a director. But they don't have time for more than 1 hour to interact with every candidate. In 1 hour, how can they predict that he can be a good director or he can be a good vice chancellor? Isn't it? Whereas on the other hand, I have already been, I told you, before marrying, they will go for 1 month dating, 2 months of dating in USA. Right? Even here in India, it is not easy. Even in arranged marriage, they will not just see and then decide. They will ask your friend, they will ask somebody else, they will get all the details. But then how will you do the partial, from partial information, partial learning? No patient discloses anything directly, fully. Isn't it? Right? That is why there is a proverb, don't hide anything from your advocate and from your doctor. Right? From your lawyer and from your doctor if you have got to be saved. Isn't it? Okay? So, but anyhow, it's an interesting problem. Good? Well, dynamic learning, learning on the go. Okay? So, basic premise of learning is cognition and recognition. Cognition itself stands for learning. Recognition is using the knowledge. Recognition, relearning. Alright? Okay? Alright. Objective is imitate human intelligence. Artificial intelligence is not a correct word. Okay? It is intelligence simulated. Simulated intelligence. Is that okay? Accomplish intelligence by learning. And naturally, machine learning. Okay? But without your machine learning is not possible. Machine, you have got to still write a code for machine learning. Right? Okay? Now, next is learning at hierarchically elevated levels. Hierarchically elevated levels. Learning is, that's what is deep learning. In fact, I normally give this example. While fighting the cases, people go to lower court. When they are not happy, they will go to high court. Still, when they are not happy, only then they go to Supreme Court. But it is the same set of learning at all levels. But then why do they still know that the outcome at a Supreme Court is better than that of High Court, and outcome at a High Court is better than that of a lower court? Right? So, that is all the concept in your deep learning. Is it okay? Alright. Okay. So, the overall is, naturally the total set is cognition and recognition, which is classic pattern recognition, right? Which we did way back 30 years ago, 40 years ago, which people did about 50, 60 years ago. Alright? And in that, the first subset is AI, intelligence simulated. Intelligence is because of learning. The efficient learning is because of deep learning. Right? Okay? So learning, I mean machine learning here. And this is machine intelligence. And this is machine cognition and recognition. Okay? Right. Okay. Next stage. Remember I told you prescription, medication, course of treatment. I shall now run through. Okay. So this prescription has got to be expert system supported. All right. Output of diagnosis and the body constitution of the patient. Right? In fact, you have got to build up the body also of the patient. So you have got a MRI image of the person. What is MRI? Do you know what is MRI image? They are all bread slices, right? The 2D images. Subsequently placed 2D images, right? And then you have got to pack up all the 2D images and build up the 3D anatomy. Alright, so naturally, the very interesting area of image processing, how a 3D solid modeling can be possible from 2D images, right? Okay, so output diagnosis, the body constitution of the patient. In fact, that is why I called you virtual anatomy. Virtual anatomy. And then you will go for prescription. It will not stop there. Simulation of the outcome. On this body, if I prescribe this medicine or if I prescribe this treatment, how is it going to withstand? How many tumor surgeries, doctor will call you and tell you the side effect can be paralysis. Be careful. Isn't it? Right? So, this is what is the simulation of the outcome. This is one really great field. It is not learning medical diagnosis, medical images, it is simulation of the outcome. Is it alright? It's prediction of what is going to happen to the body. Okay, what is going to happen? I have already told you. All hearts will be flowing up, you know. What's going to happen? After all, you are going to die. Don't worry about that, isn't it? Okay. Alright. So next is prognosis, prediction, treatment follow-up. Prognosis is medical visualization. Medical visualization. Okay. The best was, there was a serial, again on Netflix. City Hospital was that move. It came in 4 seasons. You got to really see what is medical visualization. Alright. Alright. There is one doctor who is not a regular, who is not he has some problem with him, but his ability to imagine was excellent. So that's what is medical visualization. And for medical visualization, you don't need, regular learning, etc. You need virtual reality and augmented reality. Okay? Virtual reality and augmented reality. Okay? Right. What is the difference between a medical surgeon and a mechanical engineer? If you go and leave your scooter for a repair, or if you go and leave your car for a repair, he will work when the scooter is not working. He will conduct the surgery on the scooter when it is not working. Whereas, he has got to work on a living being. He has got to keep you alive and then do the surgery. That is where the doctor should be aware of virtual reality and augmented reality. If you can teach engineering, the field of medicine will be further highly beneficial. Okay? So, simulation. This simulation is to understand the side effects. Is it okay? So, these are the other fields. Right. So, of course, actually, my special interest is here in experimental validation, but now for the want of time I shall not go through it. Learning accuracy versus training set size. In fact, my favorite question is, you take all samples for training, use the same samples for testing. You will tell that you will get 100% accurate result. No, you will not get 100% accurate results. Tell me why. The example is your own classroom learning. in your classroom, you have taught your students, and in fact, you have indirectly leaked what question you are going to ask. Isn't it? Have you not leaked? Have you not told this is very important question? In spite of it, why all your students don't get more than 90% of marks? It's your same set of students. You are conducting the test on the same set of students. Unlike the training which is happening on the machine, you bring new set of samples for testing. But here you are not bringing new set of samples for testing. You are testing on the same set of samples, right? Then why all your students don't get more than 90% marks? So you got to do that, right? You got to do that. Learning accuracy versus training set size. Learning accuracy versus number of classes in the population. Nobody has done this experiment. Fix up the population, n. Tell that this population has 5 classes and then do the training. Tell that the population has got 6 classes and then do the training. Insert 7 classes in the population and then do the training. Insert 8 classes in the population and then do the training. And your training is only to bring out only one target class. I want to bring out only one target class. I want to bring out only tumor. I want to bring out only cancer. Alright. I want to bring out only expanded heart. I want to bring out only, this block in the heart. Right? But then train it with 5 diseases, train it 6 diseases, 7 diseases, 8 heart diseases, 9 heart diseases. Alright. Okay. So learning accuracy versus number of classes in the population. Of course, now more an administrator, I am not doing any research now. I don't have students. I mean, I have students, but they are too young for me. They all look like high school children for me now. Okay. Learning accuracy versus population size, about which I have already spoken. What does improved accuracy imply? All of us talk about improved accuracy. And the most interesting is you report accuracy because of my level is 98.67%. But it is still 98.67 only. What if the patient falls in that category? That 99th%. So is it conserving true acceptance? Is it increasing true acceptance? Or is it increasing false rejection? What is it? Or is it reducing false acceptance or reducing the true rejection? What is that your aim? Okay? So you focus on all these issues. Okay? Ultimately, none of us, we do experimental validation, isn't it? You tell that the accuracy of my classification, my learning is 99.99%. Good. Have you worked on unknown population or have you worked only on a labeled population? If you have to tell that it is 99% accurate, it should be known, no? Outcome should have been known to you. Isn't it? So what is your confidence in your recognition, in your diagnosis as a doctor when you work on an unknown patient? Are you 100% confident? Do you as a doctor require second opinion? Of course, patients always think that they should go for second opinion, but do you as a doctor require second opinion? Where is the time? He was Javed. Okay, Javed was my PhD scholar. Today he is senior assistant professor in IIIT Allahabad. For the entire globe, we were the first to start in this area, this work. This is, I give you a compressed image. Not an image, compressed MRI image. Why compression is required? Because of the huge amount of memory, I want to compress it. I want to compress the ECG signal. I want to compress the EEG signal. Can you run the diagnosis? Can you do the learning on the compressed image without rebuilding it? Only on the compressed version directly can you do that learning path. Okay? So you should not decompress it. You have got to learn it on a compressed image itself. Isn't it? Can you do it? Alright? A very interesting, very challenging problem. Without decompressing, can you do the learning? Learning directly in compressed version. Do you know why is it required? Your heart specialist will be traveling. He is in the air. He is in the airport. You have got to send the compressed signal, ECG signal, compressed only, because otherwise bandwidth everything. But when it is being transmitted, the local, his smart machine, his algorithm should be able to work on compressed data and start at least guessing that there is some problem in the signal. At least to that extent. Okay, can it do it the first level diagnosis at compressed level itself? Okay, so this is of course after this one more PhD candidate worked with me. After that, Dr. Javed has taken 2 more PhD candidates on this field only. It's compressed. Now you can see in all the international conferences they have added one more, working directly in compressed images, not compressing the images. Compressing the images we have been doing, working directly on the compressed images. Alright, without decompression. Alright, ultimately in summary, this is all your medical image. Source is SPIE press book. Acquisition, digitization, acquisition, of course digitization, then calibration, registration, optimization, transformation and filtering, then surface reconstruction, illumination, shading, display, and then it goes to virtual reality, augmented reality, then feature extraction, segmentation, classification. Of course, classification is diagnosis, interpretation, measurement, it all go for diagnosis and follow-up diagnosis, and it goes for prognosis, right? How it is going to happen, simulation. Then compression, archiving, retrieval, communication. This is management part earlier, but now for me, this itself is the major part. Can I on this do feature extraction? Can I use this for surface reconstruction? Directly, without decompressing, right? So, this is the first stage is formation. Second stage is enhancement. This is what is visualization. That is visualization. And visualization leads to all your realities. Virtual anatomy. And then this is analysis. Of course, earlier people called this as management, but I want to do more than management. I want to use this as a stage for learning, as a stage for analysis, as a stage for visualization. Alright? Okay. There is a lot more other complications. Of course, I shall not get into that now. This complication is because of this pyramid in medical image. The whole problem is the data starts from raw level, goes up to scene level here. You have got to look at the scene as a total at some stage. You have got to look at object at some stage. You have got to look at region for at some stage. Region analysis is all in cancerous. Okay. Object in case of heart, in case of tooth, in case of lungs, they have got to look at objects. Okay. Texture in skin, all dermatology problems. Edges and pixels, even you have got to work at pixel level and you have got to work at raw data level also. Okay. Edge and pixel, absolutely in all your orthopedic cases. Alright. Okay. Naturally, what comes next is experiential learning based on the course of treatment. That you have got to automate. Okay? Because the doctor writes the prescription and from that you have got to learn. Doctor suggests the course of action. From that you have got to learn. Okay? So, it is not learning. Can you tell me whether machine has understood? Can you make machine understand? Machine learning is okay. Machine understanding. How will you value the answer book if you are teacher? Of course, all of you are teachers. Most of you are teachers. How will you value the answer book? You are learned valuing, or you understand what the student has written and then evaluate. You try to understand what the student has written. Understand. Can the machine do that understanding? A big philosophical question. Can machine understand? If machine can run, why it should not understand? Think. Think. Yeah, think. Oh, of course. And then, of course, right? Good. But anyhow, what is understanding and what is learning? Intuition. Okay, intuition. Can machine learning not display intuition? In fact, all these bloody modern managers consult machine only for decision making. Isn't it? But every human being can do a mistake. It's only doctors who kill us. He's a human being. He's the only one who kills us. Ability to kill us. Think. Machine learning to machine understanding. Think that. Okay? There is one interesting book. This big book. Rajiv. Must be Rajiv Malhotra. This book has been written by Rajiv Malhotra. 5 battles of artificial intelligence. 5 battles of artificial intelligence. Okay? Lovely book. Thank you very much. And this is a keynote address only, no questions. Questions should be answered by the next level of speakers. They should ask them. Okay. Which one? No, these are all problems projected. Of course, he has given a lot of solutions also. He is of professor, of course, Indian origin, but an American professor. All right. His book on artificial intelligence is so interesting. Okay. He takes up the problem into a lot of things, into politics, into every way. Okay. How the modern gadgets are fooling us. Right? How, you know, the watch today, all smart watches you buy and you wear it. And how we are automatically, without our knowledge, we are selling our data to the companies. You know, some very interesting problems. Okay. All right.
Thank you, sir, for enlightening us with your profound knowledge. Sir has presented the basics of medical informatics, and he also thrown light on the importance of does not belong class, which was really thought provoking, wherein we give a single class samples and then make the machine to tell us that the sample does not belong to that particular, and then we move on to the next level. That was really interesting problem. And then sir has given the insights into federation learning, where we get information from multiple sources and do the distributed learning, and also fusion of learning, various challenges associated with the medical informatics, and learning with partial information. That was also really interesting and thought provoking. So overall the session was very informative, and thank you so much, sir, for giving us sharing us your immense knowledge. It was totally a different world of knowledge pouring session. I now request Madam Professor H.L. Shashireka Madam to present a memento to Professor P. Nagbhushan sir as a token of gratitude. Once again, I thank sir for coming here and delivering a lecture in spite of your hectic schedule. Thank you so much. Students, you can leave now. Participants, please be seated here. We have to give some instructions to you.
Afternoon session onwards. Today afternoon theory session followed by lab session, and from tomorrow we'll have in lectures will be in IBM hall or IBM lab, and practicals will be in the adjacent lab. Right? Anyway, our research scholars are there, they'll help you to reach that. Tomorrow at 9:30 you can directly come to that place. Right? Thank you. Lunch will be provided in that hall. Okay, thank you.
ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು
ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇನೆ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಜ್ಞಾನದೇ ಗೊಲವೆ ಬೀಡು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ ಕಡಲಿನ ತಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅರಿವು ಮೂಡಿಸುವ ಗುರುವೆ ದೇವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ಗುಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಾಧನೆಯ ಮುಟ್ಟು ಮೆಟ್ಟಿಲು ಹತ್ತುವುದಿಲ್ಲೆ ಮೊದಲು ವಿದ್ಯೆಯೇ ನಮ್ಮಯ ಹಕ್ಕು ನಾಳೆಯ ದಿಕ್ಕು ಜೀವನದ ಸೆಲೆಯು
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಎರೆಯುತ್ತ ಜ್ಞಾನ ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇನೆ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು
Professor B.H. Shekhar, the coordinator of this FDP program. He is a professor of he's a okay. He is a professor of computer science in the Department of Computer Science, and in the Department of Computer Science, he has completed 25 years of service. He joined way back in 97 as a lecturer, then reader, professor, and he is having a very vast experience of teaching as well as research. He has published nearly 180 articles in national and international journals and conferences, and has worked as a reviewer to the Elsevier, Springer, IEEE transactions. Not only that, he has chaired several sessions in national and international conferences. He has delivered lectures on various occasions. He also has successfully guided 14 candidates to a doctoral degree, and currently 11 students are working towards their doctoral degree. And his area of expertise covers video analytics, multimodal biometrics, human action recognition, medical image analytics, digital payment, multimedia. I mean, these are all few of the topics that I mentioned. He is involved in guiding several other students in several other areas also. He was awarded with the Commonwealth Academic Fellowship during 2014 to carry out his postdoctoral work at University of Surrey, UK. The Sandwich Model Fellowship was granted by German Academic Exchange Service during 2002 to carry out his PhD work, part of his PhD work in University of Nuremberg, Germany. He also has successfully completed 3 international collaborative research projects with Moscow State University, Moscow, Russia, and 1 with University of Tokyo, Japan. He also has conducted GYAN programs on digital payments, technology for cashless society, visual object recognition, video image content analysis for forensic and surveillance applications funded by MHRD, Government of India. And for all this, Professor Raghav from University of Texas, United States, Professor Joachim Denzler from Germany, and Professor Shivkumar from University of Malaya, Malaysia. These were the resource persons respectively. Apart from this, he also has worked in the administration as a special officer for about 4 years and as director in charge of computer center. Not only that, he was a special officer or I think director in PG Center Chikkalwara. He has effectively completed various e-governance related administrative responsibilities entrusted by the administration during his tenure as a special officer and director of PG Center Chikkalwara. And currently he is also working as a director of Office of International Students Affairs of Mangalore University. Not only that, he is also a member of several committees in university. For several committees, he is the chairperson, and several other. He is member of most of the committees. And in spite of all this, he is a good teacher and a good human being. And I always cherish the moments fighting with him. I mean, it is because I feel that if you want to fight with anybody, status is very important. That class is very important. Many times we fight, we shout at each other, but next day he says, "Madam, shall we go for tea?" So that is opening a new account. Old account is settled. A new account will be opened, and that is how it has to be. And we have shared the stage in several occasions. Another important or commonality between us is we both together joined the department in August 1997. So over to you, Sheikh. Thank you.
Hello, yes. Hello, yes. Hello, yes. Thank you very much, madam, for the very elaborative introduction about myself. I know that's why I told you participants might have read the brochure and they know the details and try to curtail, but still you made it, maybe because the affinity that we are and working together since many years. It's almost 2.5 decades. Good afternoon to all the participants. I know it is a post-lunch session and traveled all through the from your place, and also the difficulty. I mean, majority of you are the teachers, and then I know the difficulty of a teacher, because on one side you are now a student and I am a teacher teaching. I'm sure you would be able to understand, but because this congenial environment, I am sure you can participate well, so both physically and also mentally, because it is a post-lunch session. I will try to make my content very brief and trying to give the overview what basically we are planning to discuss in this entire faculty development program for about the next 6 days, what you are expected to do and what is basically required when you start working on medical image processing. And we are all not the domain experts, so please note that should be in your mind. And I told you, when you say it is a medical image processing, it's an interdisciplinary subject. So where the expertise from the mathematics, expertise from medical field, and also computer science and engineering, electronics, all are involved in one or the other form. How well it suits, for a computer science person is a question. As a computer science, we can say we can develop an algorithm, but whether that algorithm is successfully deployed and also produce a corresponding correct results is the question. Because, in the morning session, Professor Nagbhushan has pointed out, considering the hard cases. You may design an algorithm, whether that algorithm successfully giving you accurate results is again a question. So therefore, an interaction with a domain or opinion from the domain expert is equally required. So we'll just open up some of the problems that are, to say that the areas that you can touch upon in the field of medical image processing, the works that are being carried out, and what you can do in the days to come in your professional or a research career would be highlighted in our discussions. With this background, let me go with the slides. As you know, and it is all very well known to all of you, that is the field of artificial intelligence, the field of machine learning, and again a deep learning. The question is why a deep learning? And at very high level, it is simulating the human brain. When I say it is an artificial, and I'm sure some of the concepts what I am discussing would be a repetition for some of you already explored, studied, but as a continuity we are supposed to have it, and then what we are going to present it in the next 6 days. So therefore this session is meant for a basic session for you to understand the concepts very well. That is the idea behind going through these things. And it is when I say it is an artificial intelligence, it is at the model level. And how do I realize that model? So through that, that model could be realized through what are called as the notion of the machine learning. We are providing a set of algorithms to simulate or to provide an intelligence to the system. And I don't give, examples, those things may not be required for you. And subsequently, in the recent days, we have seen extensive usage of the, what is called as a deep learning. And there are reasons for that. Why we go for deep learning? What are reasons that one could think of in deep learning domain? Where it starts? What are the reasons significantly? So means you might have seen these background, these slides in different places also. Where exactly this deep learning takes its birth? Why it is more popular? Maybe from 2010 onwards. So you take any research article in the field of pattern recognition, machine learning, you will find at least most of the journals, whether it is a pattern recognition, machine intelligence, IEEE paper, or pattern recognition letters, either elsewhere or a Springer or an IEEE, you find at least 50% dedicated to deep learning algorithms. And again, it depends upon the data that they are going to consider, the application that they are going to consider. And you might be surprised, like earlier, the conventional machine learning algorithms, if at all I consider, you know that standard local descriptors are very powerful for computer vision purpose. Probably if you recall your earlier days of your research work, descriptors are more powerful. And one of the well-known descriptor, local descriptor that is being used, which is also called as the gold standard, is the SIFT, that is scale invariant feature transform, which is invented by David Lowe, where uses the pixel information, that is the pixel knowledge. I mean, when you are going to process the image data, ultimately how do I access the knowledge associated with a pixel? And that is one basic thing that we need to know. I mean, when it comes to the image data, ultimately it is a two-dimensional signal or a matrix that I would say. At any given xy, there is an intensity associated with that. So therefore, I would say it is a two-dimensional function. And considering that two-dimensional function, it has two properties, basic properties as far as the image is concerned. Every pixel is associated with two basic components, two basic values. You know that it is nothing but the magnitude and the orientation. So orientation and the magnitude are the two basic values associated with every pixel, and that knowledge is extensively used in many of the applications. You take any domain that is being addressed in the field of image processing. Of course, as far as deep learning is concerned, they were not used, but probably you can think of that. Suppose if you could able to come out with a solution with your own deep learning algorithm, that would be your contribution. But how to combine the same is again very important. And if you recall, maybe those who are having the experience in the deep learning, you are using directly the pixel data, I mean the intensity information. Rather than using the intensity information, can I use multiple information? I mean more than intensity, can I go with a magnitude? Can I go with the orientation? If at all it is so, then how do I develop an algorithm? I mean, what kind of algorithm that would be developed? Or can I build a convolutional neural networks with such a data, combination of both? Because the researchers experienced and excelled in exploring both orientation and the magnitude. And that's why I told you, if you consider the local descriptor, what is called as a SIFT, scale invariant feature transform, which is invented by David Lowe. Even you can just go through that because he has given the code also. So given an image, it is able to capture or give you the feature values. What are the thing but the information about orientation and magnitude. And that information is used to construct the histogram. And subsequently they do the normalization and perform the intended operation, whatever it is. So I mean say that the histogram is used at the next level to obtain the knowledge about a particular image, to obtain the knowledge about what is called as the data that you are going to process. Maybe as far as image, I would say it is a two-dimensional data, and it could be, and again, the very beauty of the histogram is that it transforms any mn dimensional data to one-dimensional representation. So that is the power of histogram, which uses orientation and magnitude, and how they capture the orientation and magnitude, that results with different what are called as the local descriptors. So that is where these machine learning algorithms are so powerful in extracting the knowledge of the image data through the histogram, which is built upon the orientation and the magnitude. Subsequently, now we are landing with what is called as the deep learning, which is extensively, of course, explored for many of the applications you might have seen, okay, where in which no such knowledge extraction is required. So that's what, as all of you know very well. I mean, when I say it is a machine learning algorithm, it is the responsibility of the designer or the researchers to develop the handcrafted data, that is the features to be extracted. On the other hand, when I consider deep learning, it is an end-to-end learning model. So, and again, as most of your majority are from computer science domain, so it's learning at higher level, at various levels. I mean, I think if I look at the philosophical level, the people thought, I mean, in order to gain the knowledge, we go at various levels. to reach, say for example, master's degree, I should have a bachelor's, then PUC, maybe 10th and so on and so forth, school level. I mean, you are learning the systems in a hierarchical manner. In fact, the same concept is specified in the case of what is called as deep learning. You are going to learn the system at various levels. I mean, in order to understand the image data, I do at the lower level what are called as the pixel level information could be extracted. Once I understood pixel level information, maybe I will combine the pixelized data, then go to the next level. Then can I have many such levels such that I would be able to come out with a decision? So in the sense, it's as good as saying, because as I told you, many are from the domain of computer science, it is nothing but abstraction. Very well known to you in the field of what is called as object-oriented modeling. So what is known as the abstraction, isn't it? Abstraction is nothing but visualizing any object at various levels. So it is similar to our studies also. A doctor, for example, medical imaging data that I consider, whatever it is the case. Earlier MBBS is more than sufficient, isn't it, for a treatment? Do you think that nowadays it is the trend? People are looking for higher level degree, MS, maybe MS in again a particular area, I mean particular domain. You should be an eye specialist or ENT specialist or again skin specialist we are looking for. In the sense, understanding about a particular object is viewed at various levels such that I would be able to give a proper solution. That's what when I say it is an abstract representation. So you in our school studies also, for a 10th standard student or a 6th standard student, I don't give the internal details of the computing device. Do you agree with me or not? We don't explain what is CPU, what is register, what is micro instruction, isn't it? But when you come to master's degree, probably we are going to discuss again the internal details and how to design a control in it, how to design a processing in it, going through the various stages. So that's what I mean to say an abstraction, a visualization at various levels, and the same concept is explored in the domain of what is called as deep learning. And which unit is more responsible to capture the information about the data? It could be the image data, it could be any other data, because you know that deep learning is not only used for understanding the imaging information, it is also used for understanding the any other text data. I mean, non-image data is also going to be used, speech information and so on and so forth. We can think of exploring for, in general, one-dimensional data or two-dimensional data or m-dimensional data. And in technical term that is being used in the literature is, as all of you know, tensors. Tensors could be one dimension, two dimensional, three dimensional, and more than that, it could be m-dimensional data. That's what. But obviously, when you look at these deep learning or traditional machine learning, this is the fundamental difference. Therefore, when you don't have the responsibility to, or when you feel that yes, as somebody does the task of extracting the features from the image data, why should I worry about designing an algorithm which does the feature extraction? But it is not always possible. There are some nuances. And when you develop an algorithm, which is like sometimes people say, and even some may also object, whether it is a black box or a white box technique when it comes to a deep learning. But many of us, in fact, treat deep learning as a black box, isn't it? But as a researcher, I want you to be white box. If at all it is the case, you can come out with your own deep learning model like what is developed by the other people. Anyway, we'll come to that. And what is basically required in order to design such things? What are the basic components of this deep learning system? And subsequently, you are going to practice it. So, the idea here is just to give what is inside deep learning, and subsequently you need to develop your research on that. Ultimately, it depends upon the neural networks. When I say deep learning or artificial neural networks, so trying to simulate the human brain, that you find the definitions and so many developments. I don't touch upon these issues because in the next session, probably
Dinesh, tomorrow you will give a complete picture of how to design a neural network. I will just give you the bird's eye view of this overall flow of the presentation. Okay. List out you can various applications. Anyway, I don't want to repeat on this because you know what are the various applications of deep learning. And people say it is an AI-enabled technologies. That's what the now buzzwords. You take any application, okay, people say that it is AI-enabled technology. Whether it is biometric attendance, for example, say it is AI-enabled technology. So when I say AI-enabled technology, they are trying to use deep learning or a machine learning algorithm to achieve the intended task. So whether it is a medical informatics, visual surveillance, or automated driver vehicles, or fraud identification, because it is all the data that is being analyzed over here. And please note here, the data could be n dimension. That should be in our mind. And as far as the image data is concerned, it is the two information that could be explored, which you can think probably when you go back to. Let me not just go into this. And in particular, if I consider the healthcare, there are various what are called as the areas and the investment by the companies in this particular domain. So maybe automated surgery, automated assistance, so many listed. I mean, this is taken from some of the journal where why AI and again a deep learning for medical imaging is so powerful and so attractive, because you are getting the funds. I mean, industries are getting the funds from the what are called as they need a product. Any hospital for that product, for that matter, they need a product. And if the company is able to deliver such products, it's definitely good for them. Therefore, a lot of investments are being made. And again, there is a requirement interns effectively. I mean, who are expertise in the field of deep learning to develop the models and so on and so forth. And when it comes to a deep learning industry standards, so Dr. Dinesh will be discussing, as well as Dinesh and Dinesh, one from Philips and one from Samsung. They'll be discussing the industry oriented projects which explore deep learning algorithms, which also helps you out to become an entrepreneur if at all you are interested. How do I have my own what is called as the product such that you can be a big entrepreneur also. So in the sense, if I come back again, okay, a deep learning, as I told you already, it is understanding the system at various levels. So if you just take, for example, the problem of face recognition, as you can see here, even the input data, you will have multiple layers. And this is the concept that is being considered in the domain of deep learning. I mean to say that when artificial neural networks are introduced, people thought only to have only one layer. And do you know or any idea where in which one layer is not sufficient? I mean, when artificial neural network was introduced, there are a lot of what are called as the investment by the company, and people projected maybe in 1990s or 97, people projected that artificial intelligence or artificial neural networks can solve all kinds of problems with only the notion of what is called as one input layer, one output layer, and one hidden layer. And it is the again by the researchers where XOR gate cannot be simulated with only one layer. So that's how, I mean, people again feel that yes, artificial intelligence or neural networks is not the ultimate to provide a solution. Again, the investment goes down. And because of the advancements in the again hardware industries, development in the electronic sectors and high-end processors, you know that the amount of data to be processed is very vast. So therefore, people thought that yes, can I have high-end processing devices to capture or to process the data? Then it started gaining popularity. Okay. In the sense, when you are going for a deep learning model, so you need to have a large data which extract the accurate features. More the amount of data, better is the result as far as deep learning models are concerned. Therefore, it is not that deep learning is the ultimate. Sometimes you may have a minimal set of data. And if I have a minimal set of data, is there any solution that I can use a deep learning algorithm? Yes, there are. People are working on that issue also, where in which data augmentation is one of the solutions. But data augmentation is not the only thought that one could give, because when there is no data so far available, then how do I augment the information is also a question. So in such cases, I should go back to machine learning algorithms only. I mean, depending upon the application under consideration, you need to think which is the more suitable model for the application that you are designing. So therefore, I would like to place one of the slides provided by Andrew Nag. I think most of you heard his name, right? So he is the pioneer in the field of artificial intelligence and machine learning. So, I mean, neural network, when you say ANN, you will find definitely an excellent video materials by this professor who is working in Stanford, as you know very well. And you can see the here, what is the driving force behind deep learning? It is the scale that drives deep learning progress. What do you mean by a scale here? Scale here basically refers to the amount of data that you are having process. So I mean to say that if it is a performance of whether it is a machine learning or a simple neural network, definitely they sit at the same level. But when you go higher and higher, I mean when you increase the size of the data, it is the deep learning models that are excellent, produces excellent results. I mean performance is good when you have large amount of data. That is by again, so as you can see here, the amount of data when you increase, performance is very good as far as the deep learning. This is by an expert and of course it is quite raw, as all of us know. And it is mandatory. Obviously, when you say it is a data, it could be of any type, as you know and experienced, all of us. The child, say for example here, as you can see here, is able to recognize the mother, yes or no? All of you are experienced with that. And it is the data capturing only from childhood days, and it is the baby is able to recognize only mother in the initial days, isn't it? What is the reason? And it will smile only when it is with her mother. Yeah. It is the amount of data that is being supplied is only mother's information. Right. I mean, it depends on what is called as learning, machine learning, was Nagbhushan has pointed out. It's also a kind of learning process. I mean, we are basically looking for the data here, and when you have lots of labeled data, again please note here, when you are employing a machine learning algorithm, you are supposed to, you can have a labeled data or an unlabeled data. And that is the fundamental, I would say, one of the fundamental reasons that machine learning sometimes is better than the deep learning algorithms. Do you expect always a labeled data? But in some situations, we cannot expect to have a labeled data. Can you give an example where we cannot think of a labeled data? Okay. Any other natural, which you say, I may not have the data, which I can give a label. Okay. Partially you can also accept. Of course, there are, you can give many, I mean to say that examples for that. I would say, for example, give you an accident. Do you expect, it is, the term itself is an accident, yes or no? So how do you train an automated vehicle? Because nowadays it is common, right? Having an automated vehicle, driverless vehicle system. If at all it is, should not met with an accident, I am supposed to give an instances of, let's say for example, to make it more workable, where in what situations accident could be occurred. But as human being, we are able to do that, right? It is all because of the knowledge that we earned through our life, which may not be, I mean, in some situations, we may not have the data where it has an associated labels. So in such cases, absolutely it is not possible to explore deep learning algorithm. So you need to have a labeled data. It means to say, in machine learning terminology, what is it called as? As you know, it is a supervised learning. I mean, there should be a teacher to teach or to give you the input about the nature of the data, then only it would be successful. If the data is unlabeled, I cannot think of going for what is called as, in machine learning domain, what is referred as a clustering technology, right? So, which is able to do the things based on the data itself. Without a label, it works. And some of the standard, which is also my favorite area, what is called as the principal component analysis, right? One of the well-known dimensionality reduction technique, which works on unsupervised data. Whereas the variant of PCA is the linear discriminant analysis, wherein which you have a supervised information. And that has a limitation. What is the limitation? As far as linear discriminant analysis is concerned, there is a possibility that because you are making within class and between class, that scatter matrix, right? When you are computing the scatter matrix and the inverse of that may results with what is called as null values. So those are the problems that you may experience when you are designing the labeled what are called as the systems, algorithms that are developed on labeling. So in such cases, I should invariably go for what is called as the machine learning algorithms. Yeah, it's all because of, as far as medical imaging domain is concerned, it is extensively explored for segmentation purpose. And even though there are variations, it is able to capture better. And UNET is one such example. Of course, you are going to implement it as a part of your course, right? So effectively it is the data, and the data, as I told you already, it could be a one-dimensional, two-dimensional, 3D, 4D and so on. And the term that is being used in Python framework or deep learning framework is called as a tensor. Okay, you may use, that term may not be known to us earlier, but when you say tensor, what exactly is that? It is just representation of the information of different dimensions, nothing more than that. And to process this data of n-dimensional, you know that there are very powerful libraries that are available as a part of deep learning framework within Keras, which may be what is called as a NumPy. So Python library is available, which provides you excellent number of tools to process the information. You need not develop anything from the scratch. So, but that is again a disadvantage to a researcher, isn't it? We don't understand the fundamentals and trying to build the system. And when you are trying to build the system without knowing the fundamentals is not that much good, but at some point of time it may crash. And we don't know how to repair, right? That is the kind of situations that we explore sometimes. But I have just given you here the data. The data could be visualized various level, and these are some of the examples. I have given you these two examples. You know the significance of these two pictures? Any idea? Why? Huh? These are award-winning photographies, that's all. Probably you know. Yeah, I'm sure it is passed in WhatsApp also, right? Might have circulated in a WhatsApp group also. The second picture, this is of course, as you can see here, our own senior person, right? And here it is the animal which catch between these two, what are called as cheetahs, right? It is the mother, and you know the story behind that, right? Yes or no? Okay. See the beauty of the mother here. So in fact, what is this animal? Deer. Deer is going with her children, either to drink water, to get food and all. At some point of time, these two are, invaded. And in order to protect her child, she could run and escape. It is possible because it is a mother and definitely can run faster than her child. But she is set in between and making their children to run away from these two. Could you be able to get the story behind this? That's why it is, you know, that it has got best world photography. And that person has explained. And of course, this picture may not be clearly visible. And you can see the eyes of the mother. It is watching whether the children are out of reach or not from these two, what are called as wild animals. That is the story behind this. I mean, it is just a reason, that is the reason I put it here. Ultimately, for us, it is the image data, two-dimensional image data that is being used for different purposes. Okay, and it could be of n-dimensional also, as you can see here. And I am going to analyze, or we are going to understand this image data, learn at various level through the notion of what is called as deep learning. That's what we have mentioned. I mean, when I say it is a deep learning, what typically it includes? What is that we are looking for when I consider a deep learning algorithm? What I call it as the anatomy. So what is the anatomy of deep neural networks? I mean, typically what does it comprise of? When you are planning to carry out or provide some breakthrough contribution, I am supposed to look into the inside details of the existing architectures, how they were developed. That's why I told you it is an anatomy, giving you the inside details. And already I pointed out that it's rather than a black box, be a white box, then so that you will come to know the inside details. What are the inside details comprises of? It may comprise of what are called as the layers. As you can see here, given an input data, through the layers I understand, and the layers fed as an input, verify whether they meet my requirement. If that doesn't meet my requirement, I use a loss function to estimate how much it is deviating from the original classification. Then use the optimizer to adjust the weights, and again I submit the information, such that I keep on modifying the weights till it meets my what are called as requirement. So any researcher for that matter, you take any deep learning algorithm, which I will going to give you, just only the outside, I mean bird's eye view, where they are playing around these things only, changing the loss function, changing the optimizer, changing the number of layers. That results with different what are called as the deep learning architectures. So therefore, you are expected to know about what layer it is, and what are the loss function, what are the optimizers and all these things. That's all when I say it is a deep learning. Does it is or more than sufficient. Therefore, you know, the field of image processing is purely an interdisciplinary. So definitely mathematics is here, isn't it? I mean, it is the contribution of mathematicians to provide the notion of what are called as the optimizers. There are different optimizers that are available in the literature, and the very basic is the stochastic gradient descent algorithm. I would say, for example, Adam and so on and so forth. Okay. So you can specify, and so many loss functions are also provided by the statisticians. And of course, layer convolution operation. And convolution operation is basically defined in the initially from field of signal processing, electronics. And now we adapted, right, for various purposes. So in the sense, you are looking at, when I say it is a deep learning, these are the components that we are supposed to look into. Okay. I mean, your research is revolving around these issues only. You take any research article, I will show you, okay, and also you are supposed to implement it. Code is given, of course, nothing to worry on that part, because in a minimum time you cannot expect it to have the code. Our team, effort from our team has made it such that you can straight away run, but with little explanation and understanding the details. And later on, you can go with different data and also your own research problems. Ultimately, we are looking at these. What are the various operators? What are the various optimizers? What are the various functions? And even initialization also. Initialization also plays a significant role, right? Suppose, say, for example, segmentation. And when you do the initialization in the top left corner, you may not come out with what is it called as an optimal solution, or sometimes rather than saying optimal solution, it may not converge at all, right? So means to say that when you are taking the weights, when you are initializing the weights, there are various ways. Sometimes they would say go with only random values 0 and 1. There are various means to initialize the data. Take the mean, because sometimes when I go for a segmentation, very simple what is called as the thresholding algorithm, if at all I considered. How do they do the segmentation? What is the initial parameter that is given for the segmentation in the field of image processing? Okay, as you know very well, suppose if I consider Otsu thresholding algorithm, How do they estimate the threshold to binarize a given image data? So initial parameter would be, say for example, mean of the entire data, right? The two-dimensional data that you are going to consider. In the same way here, people have invented different means such that you are able to get a solution to the problem with minimum number of iterations, okay, reducing the computing time. Ultimately, that's what we are expected to have. So you are going to look at the details of all these in the next few days. So Professor Dinesh and Chandrasekhar will be discussing about how these components were developed, which may be very interesting for you, and please look into, focus more on that. When I say it is a layers, many different kites, densely connected, convolutional, recurrent, pooling, and all those things. So there are various, in fact, when a researcher introduced the notion of what is called as a pooling, there are some reasons for that. They cannot simply say why max pool is considered only, why not other minimum pooling could be considered when you are reducing the size of the data that you are going to consider. I will just give you what is called as the pictorial view, why we go for that is the question. I mean, when I say it is a layer, these are all the things we are looking for. Similarly, so when I say, and again in particular, you know very well what is called as the convolution. And when I say it is a convolution, you go with what are called as the filters in digital image processing domain. So filters, again, when I say it is a filter, extracting some knowledge from the data. What are the different types of filters you are familiar? Yeah. Yeah. Depending upon the application on hand, I go for high pass, low pass. Again, when you come with high pass and low pass filters, different what are called as the masks that were developed by the well-known researchers, Sobel, Pravet, and so on and so forth. And ultimately, how that matrix comes is a question for me. For example, I would say here 0, 0, 0, anyway, forget about that, and you take this for example, or you take this one, or you take this one. You take any one of these. Do you have any idea why, how such masks were generated? Huh? It's basically based on the notion of differentiation, right? Either one-dimensional or double derivative. You go with one-dimensional or double derivative, which will give you the information about, when I say it, when I do the differentiation, you compute the strength of the pixel, which we call it as a magnitude. And that magnitude goes with what orientation. That's why it boils down to notion of orientation and the magnitude. And that is being explored in order to understand the image data. Maybe this is just a pictorial visualization. What do you mean by saying convolution? Going through the filters, it produces some results. Of course, as you can see here, it captures some knowledge, hidden knowledge through that, what is called, and subsequently know that the data sets size gets reduced through the notion of convolution operation. And it is one of the fundamental component in the field of deep learning, the notion of what is called as a convolution operation. And you know, convolution, or variant of convolution is the correlation, right? Why people have not considered correlation? Why convolution is only considered? Just think over. In the field of, I mean, in the span of 6 days, I will give the answer at the end of the 6 days FDP, but you just think over, why not we think of a correlation rather than a convolution? As the name says. Okay. But when you estimate, for example, you take an application, one of the best Bible textbook, you know, in digital image processing, Gonzalez and Woods. He has given a very beautiful example to differentiate what is convolution and what is correlation, and which produces the results that I need. So, I mean, that's a thought for you to spend time on understanding those fundamentals, right? So, in the sense, again, if you, the next issue stage would be, say for example, when I have a knowledge of a convolution, you go for what are called as verifying whether it produces the intended results or not. So in order to verify the same, of course, I go for a kind of what are called as the optimizers. There are different optimizers that are used based on what are called designed based on the loss function. Different optimizers are proposed, and if you click this link, you will come to know. And RMSP is the, you know that RMS proof, root means square propagation. All of you have a knowledge on that, therefore I may not go in detail. And you know that, and this particular illustration will tell you what is the significance of initialization. How many iterations that you take, where or how many iterations that you take to get converged to the data. That is just an illustration to say what may be the best means to initialize the and such that I get a converged results. That's what. In other words, maybe that is one thing as far as the optimization is concerned. I also told you about max pooling. Okay, another component. Okay. Can you just run this video to understand max pooling? It is a, you can identify what it is. It is a dog, right? Don't worry about the sound. Just analyze the video, that's all. Still you are able to recognize it as a dog? Yes or no? I will again cut it further. Still you are able to recognize it as a dog. That's what max pooling is. I put a question earlier, why not minimum pooling? You just see what is going to be happen. Try to replace max pooling by the minimum value, see what is going to be happen. Can you do that? It is difficult, I will tell you. You know why? Because we have not designed the inside details of the Keras, right? That algorithm, that's why it is. Anyway, this is just to tell you, the entire information may not be required. A squeezed subset of the data, minimum amount of data is more than sufficient. And that's where the role of what is called as the pooling comes into picture as far as the deep learning algorithms are concerned, right? This is some more examples on the same line, that is to illustrate the optimizers. Next are the loss functions. There are many loss functions, okay, when you consider, and different loss functions will lead to different solutions. And if you could find some new loss function and develop an algorithm, that would be a contribution to the research community, depending upon the application in hand. And when you are taking any loss function, please say that whether it is suitable to that particular application or not. That judgment should be done by you. And this is of course the link which will discuss about various, let me not just go through. And similarly, people also looking for various activation functions. And these are the standard that is being used in the literature, as you know very well. Sigmoid, and how it varies, as you can see here. Soft sine, hyperbolic, and so on and so forth. And which is extensively used, as some of you are already familiar. Yeah. Right. So try to, suppose when you give the code, just replace by different loss function, check what is the, and also the activation function. Please analyze the number of epochs that will take to get converged to the result. Okay, that may be an exercise for you after running the code also. Different loss functions is listed, and you can take the implementation details of the same, which is available certainly in almost all, in the website also, as well as papers with code, right? One of the interesting site which will not only give you the paper, it will also give you the code associated with. Only thing is you should have the patience to go through the complete, because you have to understand somebody else developed code, which is very tough job, right? So effectively, when I say it is a deep learning framework, These are the things that are already available to you. Okay, I mean to say that it is already a cooked food that is available to, and you are going to meet the needs of that. You may use a subset of these, and it contains, when I say it is a framework, it contains a set of tools to manipulate a large amount of data, nothing more than that. Okay, and PyTorch is extensively used, as you know, when you go for developing a project. And when it is, say, a classroom environment, notebook could be used, where demo could be, I mean, running a block of code and then checking the results, things like that. And at the back end is the TensorFlow, which manipulate the large amount of data, because you do not have a time to develop an algorithm to extract the eigenvalues. Simple example I am telling. You know how to compute the eigenvalues? Given a two-dimensional matrix, how do you compute the eigenvalues? How many eigenvalues you would get if it is a 2D matrix? If it is a 3D matrix, I mean 3 by 3 matrix, what do you mean by saying so? If it say it is a 3 eigenvalues, what do you mean by saying so? Interpretation could be in different ways. So it is a polynomial of degree 3. When I say it is a polynomial of degree 3, there are 3 characteristic roots, right? When I say it is a 3 characteristic roots, it means that it cuts the x-axis at 3 points. That's what. Could you get the point? When I say, for example, parabola, x square minus 25 is equal to 0, at what location it cuts the x-axis? What ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿ, I have given you an equation, f of x is equal to x square minus 25. At what location, at what values it cuts the x-axis? Exactly. Because I have given you a simple exact round number, right? X square minus 25 plus 5 and minus 5 are the roots. Therefore, it cuts the x-axis at 2 points. Those are 2 roots, and of course you would get. And anyway, I mean, when you are taking any subject for that matter, please understand the mathematics behind that. Then only you enjoy the research. Most important and very, very significant also. You can spend more time on that. Some of the, say for example, when I say it is a Keras, so these things which you may need to. And types of deep learning architectures. There are n number nowadays based on convolutional neural networks, RNN, autoencoders, GAN, and so on and so forth. The details, of course, in the next class by other resource person. How to build a CNN based architecture, how to build RNN based architecture, and what is GAN. So you will have, in fact, inputs for that, and what are transformers. So, I mean, you just probably if you come back, I'm giving you all these issues just for you to come back, maybe sitting at your room, let's say when you are reading some textbook or through in the internet, you may not be clarified. Probably if you come back and when the resource person is delivering a talk on GAN, you can put a question. So, as all of you already have a knowledge, so you better review and come back so that you can get your doubts solved. That may be the idea behind that. Okay. And these 2 concepts are going to be covered in the next 2 days, and the implementations also. So that's what. Effectively, when I consider all these architecture, it is to understand the image data, what we call it as a computer vision. Okay. And when I say it is a computer vision, understanding the image. When I say it is an understanding the image, it is nothing but understanding these values. Looking at these values, I am not able to say anything, right? So therefore, you are trying to extract something out of that. It is only the numerical data that is going to be analyzed. Computing system doesn't understand these things. Even when I start digital image processing research work, I am surprised how system is able to understand the images. Really, I do not know. Okay, later on we'll come to know, yes, it is a 2-dimensional matrix. When you are happy with it is a 2-dimensional matrix, okay, because nowadays you should feel more happy because there are various tools that will directly read the image and able to give you the matrix. Earlier, 20 days back, there are no tools that are available to read the image itself. We have to read from the scratch. I mean, it may be a PNG file or a BMP file. We don't know where the header is, at what location the actual contents are there. What is the intensity? When it is a color image, how do I process the data? And you know, if I use a Turbo C, based on the DOS, that is disk operating system. Therefore, the maximum number of bits that could be processed at the most would be, say, for example, 8-bit, right? So automatically, if I have a matrix of size 32 by 32, the system gets halted. It gets crashed. 32 by 32 size means what? It is a very, very small size information. Do you think that nowadays you are going to process a 32 by 32? It may not be the case. It's more than 100 by 100. At least if I consider, for example, a fingerprint, right? A biometric that is extensively used in most of the applications for authenticating a person, we go for at least 100 by 100. And I may not able to run the program at all. Then what is the solution? Use a files management system. Does the task. Therefore, in that way, you are having an excellent deep learning framework to address all those issues. Ultimately, it is analyzing the data at various levels. See here, it is a sequence of pixel intensity and subsequently analyze at various levels, maybe the magnitude that is being taken or the orientation that is being taken, and then it is identify that what that object is, what that animal is. It's of course, as it is pointed out, it is easy for us, but for the system it is quite difficult. It is because of the inherent complexity in the image data itself. What do you mean by saying inherent complexity in the nature of the image? Means to say the function is, it is the same location, but the value is going to be different. So in the sense that our eyes are illumination to some extent, they are invariant to illumination. Yes or no? I mean, whether there is a good lighting condition or a poor lighting condition, still we are able to say who you are. Yes or no? If I know about you, I can say who you are. So again, go to the bad lighting condition, still we are able to recognize. Of course, beyond bad lighting, it is not possible to anyone for that matter. Right? So I would say it is an illumination invariant. It's also rotation invariance in simple terms. Rotation invariance and really, what do you mean by saying rotation invariance? Whether the object is tilted, skewed, whatever it is the case, we are able to do that. But to provide such a knowledge to the computing device is very complex. Therefore, from the point of view of understanding by the computing devices, it's basically a very tough job. How do I develop an algorithm which is invariant to such transformations? Variations elimination, scaling elimination, and different kinds of transformations also. I mean, it could be a perspective, orthographic, and so on and so forth, where human beings are capable. And particularly for medical imaging, it is essential, most important also, right? So convolutional neural networks, if I consider, these are the fundamental difference when it is, what do you mean by saying a densely connected, or what do you mean by saying a fully connected? So when I say densely connected, of course, every next layer is connected to all the what are called as the weights. However, it is not so in this case, as you can notice here. Maybe to reduce the computational complexity, nothing more than that, as you can see here. So to say that when I do the convolution operation, as you can see through this, that it processes the pixel data, extract and so on and so forth. So we are spending more time on convolution. It is all because of the reason that majority of the architecture that exists today mainly depends upon this basic operation. Therefore, if you could develop, apart from implementing through Keras framework, deep learning framework, if you just take the image and do the convolution and results, try to develop a C++ code. We will give you the lab, no problem. Can you do that? Through the NAMFI or using a Python itself without using a library function, so that it will give an inside details. That's all. That is one simple exercise. I'm sure some of you might have done, but still if you not done, right? So means to say, when I said it is a convolution, why many layers is again a question. Many layers is, as I told you, abstraction, understanding the same image at various levels, as this picture illustrates. This is the artificial object, of course, as you can say. Maybe in the first level, I am able to interpret that there are curves, there are edges. And the next level, I am going to link those what are called as the curves and the edges to form another next level, as you can see here. Maybe they combine to form another object. And subsequently, all this information is integrated to come out with what that object is. That's what when I said as a deep learning model is. I mean, it analyzes the data at various level and capture the represent. That's why in the earlier slide, as you can see here, when I say it is a deep learning, understanding the image at different representation. Having multiple representation. When I say it is a multiple representation, automatically scaling comes, right? So you know the significance of sigma in canny edge detection. Most of you are familiar. What is the default value when you use a canny edge detector? Some of you may be familiar. Have you used it, the canny edge detection for edge detection? Yes or no? What is the default value? Have you checked or not? At least for curiosity. Sigma value. What does sigma represents? Sigma represents the area that you are going to consider in order to process the pixel, right? So it could be a radius 1, radius 2, radius 3 and so on, so forth. So more the number of pixels, I mean effectively when you say sigma, it is a bell-shaped curve representation, right? When you have, let's say the sigma is very steep, the region that you are going to process is very small. And when you increase the size, then the region that you are going to consider is very large, right? It is as good as visualizing the object at various levels. If the sigma is generally, if I view from here, it's quite clear. And if you come nearer, it gets blurred, right? So I mean to say that, as far as of course, when I say it is a canny, the default value is 0.5. Please verify if you change the values from 0.5 to 0.1 to 0.9. See what is going to be happen at image level. What is the corresponding output that you would get? You can easily verify. It may not be a problem. The value is lies between 0 and 1. When you take the sigma value, default value is 0.5. That's what. And change the values and see the results. Okay, that gives you idea of about what? That radial basis function that is developed within that, right? So this is just real image data. And you know that you please see the mask that is being considered over there. On one particular image, it is the horizontal, angle 45, on the other side angle 135 degree, right? I mean, it captures or analyzes the image at different angles. So that's what, when you are passing too many filters, too many you know that any convolution operation, convol 2D, if I mentioned, it contains what are called as the various filters, right? Filters could be 64 that you might have given, right? 128 and so on and so forth. Then what is the filter that is being built into the system? And how do I have a filter having 45 degree orientation? How do I have a filter having 135 degree orientation? Similarly, how do I have a filter which extract horizontal details, vertical details and so on and so forth? Okay, means to say that you are slicing the image and visualizing the image at various levels. That's what deep learning does. Okay, it characterizes the image at different angles and trying to obtain the knowledge out of that. And the next level is again, as you know, that's what when I say it is another example. See here, this is the real example. As in order to analyze this, maybe if I consider the first layer, it will give me this information. When I take the next level, it combines to some extent some objects, related information, and subsequently I am able to recognize it. I mean visualization, and it is again not by me but by researchers working on the field. Those things, as you know very well, right? And anyway, you are going to implement as a part of that also when you are. So the next is the data, and as I already told you, it is the amount of data that you are going to process really matters a lot for me. Therefore, you are having, let's say, only one image, and you know that that image at the time of training would be in upright position, and at the time of recognition would be from far off distance with different orientation. But still, we human beings able to recognize it, but can I do or provide such a feature to the system, irrespective of the orientation, irrespective of the scaling, can I do recognition? Therefore, I am going to train, in a way, generating the data, additional data, through the notion of what is called as data augmentation. scaling, rotating, and things like that you do. And that is also extensively used, people have used, and which they call it as a pre-processing, and come out with an improved algorithm. So published in a reputed journal, it is do possible, okay. So where they propose different pre-processing algorithms and trying to improvise the results and get to know the things, okay. So and this is just a slide to tell you what functions that are available. You will anyway part of that implementing convolve 2D and other keras, padding and activation. 3D also is available. And as far as pooling is concerned, you know that max pooling is given and average pooling is given. My question is, before you leave the lab, can you just implement replacing this minimum pooling? Just see whether it is possible or not. If you are successful, it is wonderful. And I'm sure you can think of coming out with a different pooling mechanism. But when you are inventing a different pooling mechanism, it should have the intuition. What is the intuition? I told you earlier with some video, right? Where even if you minimize the information, it should be look like that particular picture only. That's what is expected, okay? So minimizing the data. Of course, there are other additional layers also where this is just to reduce the effect of what is called as to get the results, I mean, to overcome divergence problems also. And any architecture for that matter, keeping these components in mind, when I look at the anatomy, as I told you, the components of any deep learning architecture, if you look in general, it consists of what are called as of course, input layer is common because the data to be fed, it is having the convolution layers, some activation functions, then pooling one or more connected layers, and this process gets repeated. And any architecture for that matter revolves around these issues only. Okay, whatever we say which exists today, nowadays, very most powerful. So we look at these issues only. Therefore, your understanding on these issues is most important for me. N number of video lectures are available about convolution, about pooling, about optimization. You spend 1 month time on learning different optimization techniques. Then you may come out with your own optimization algorithm. I do not know. It may be possible for you. Or you may feel that for some class of problems, this optimization algorithm may be more appropriate for me. Okay, that's how we can think. So if I look at the evolution, which is taken from one of the researcher, the developments, if you look at as far as deep learning models are concerned, see here sequence of development of DL algorithms. And you might have read earlier what are called as the articles, where in which you find Boltzmann and then DBF and so on and so forth, earlier days. I mean, when I say it is deep learning, it doesn't mean that it exists in 2010 onwards. It exists during those days only, but because of the limitations of the computational power, people have not thought about that. So it's I think this paper, AICTE, I'm sure most of you are read that. You know what is its citation? Number of citations to that article, as it is invented in 2010 or 11 or so, more than 1 lakh to that particular article. That person H index is just goes very high just because of only one article. Although Anil K. Jain, probably I'm sure many of you heard, one of the stalwart who is having the highest H index in the field of computer science. Okay, and this AICTE team able to get almost nearer H index of that person just because of only one deep learning architecture they proposed in the literature. And people started exploring this deep learning architecture, that is AICTE, for various applications. Okay, extensively used, and they keep on inventing different. People started thinking and trying to modify. What is that they are trying to modify? Reducing the number of layers, changing the activation function, changing the optimizers, and looking for different applications. AICTE initially may be developed for object recognition, and the domain experts from medical imaging think that why not for breast cancer analysis, why not for pathology, why not for COVID-19 detection, things like that people have thought, and that gives me a different research article. I mean, depending upon the problem to your hand, you please think of providing a solution. If I say in particular AlexNet, as you can see here, it's all the convolution layer, activation function, that's all, nothing more than that. Okay, you just making things, I mean, in the whole 6 days, probably you keep on chanting what is convolution, what is pooling, what is optimization. You just get to know the inside details of those what are called as the mathematical models. That is more than sufficient. Not only implementing, which is you are provided with a code, okay, understanding for medical image data. I also urge you during your free leisure time, okay, apart from visiting the places, right? So you can think of spending time on these issues also. Maybe that would be, I'm sure, also a feast for you. And if you look at any architecture, for example, subsequently VGC is explored, and you say that it is computationally less time. It is all because of the reason that you reduce the size of the convolutional kernel. Rather than having 10 by 10, 11 by 11, you reduce the size to 3 by 3, varying the number of what are called as the convolution layers, and is able to get a better results. And change the activation function, change the optimization function, is able to get a better results. Like that, you find different architectures, and these architectural details will be provided for implementation. Maybe your task in the afternoon session, where all these codes are will be provided by our research friends for you, such that you will come to know. And hands-on session, because many of you may be interested in, rather than getting the theory, more into practical. And it's also true for me also. When I go to any lecture, these professors will come and deliver all visuals and nothing giving inside details. We are not at all happy with that. I want, when you go for any workshop, lower level mathematical details, which is very much required, and we are trying to provide that to the best extent possible, right? Okay. So similarly, there are other what are called as the various architectures that you could see, right? And let me just keep through these slides. When I just put it this for some other talk, where you will find the applications of the deep learning, but because it is a medical imaging, may not be required, all right? And as far as medical imaging is concerned, you know that, okay, there are different types of data. So different types of data, again, strictly speaking, honestly telling you, I am not such an expert to speak about different imaging modalities. Then I will be a very proficient doctor. Do you agree with me or not? If I am able to understand entire medical terms, different types of images, that is PET, CT, MRI, and so on and so forth, then I am an expert in identifying the heart diseases, expert in identifying the chest diseases, expert in identifying the mammogram. Definitely it is not possible. Therefore, when you are taking up any problem, okay, any research problem, please speak to the consult domain experts, what kind of solutions they are expecting from a technical side, and that will help you out to come out with your own research area. I am sure it will help, and you cannot be expertise in all the medical imaging data. It is not at all possible. So therefore, you focus on a specific data and then see whether you could make an improvement towards the existing algorithm. That's what we are trying to look for. I mean, effectively, when you say here deep learning architecture, what are we looking for? We are looking for a segmentation, which is very, very significant as far as medical imaging is concerned. So skin lesion segmentation, for example. Okay, I mean, in order to identify whether there is a cancer in a particular section or not, segmenting out that particular part is more important for me. So as far as object detection is concerned, assuming that it is a vehicle movement, if there are some errors in segmentation, it is acceptable. But as far as medical data, if there is an error in the segmentation, it leads to death of a patient. That should not be. Therefore, it's very, very critical and crucial when you are developing algorithms in the field of medical domain. Therefore, people expect that is your algorithm is tested with clinical data. We may have what are called as standard data sets that are available, but that is, do you think that it meets the standards of the clinical data is a question. So of course, we have some experts who will tell you on ethics and bias in this medical imaging domain. So we'll try to get those details also. Okay. So you will find n number of algorithms as far as analyzing a particular kind of image data. For example, if I consider X-ray images, so you take any paper here, everything revolves around the CNN architecture. That is convolutional neural networks, ResNet, VGG, and so on and so forth. You take any paper, you just go with only X. If at all you are interested in understanding the X-ray image, take the survey article and trying to see what best you can think of, what problems. Again, an X-ray, if I consider different types of diseases could be again considered. So depending upon your interest and also the domain expert that you are consulting, what kind of problems that I can think of, please look into those issues, and that will help you to come out with your own research team. Okay, I mean, these are the different algorithms. Anyway, I'll give the slide so that you'll come to know where exactly those things are available. Similarly here, the various algorithms that are developed for the analysis of CT images, and majority uses those architecture only. Okay, the architecture that I had specified earlier. It could be a basic AlexNet, variant of that a VGG, and so on and so forth. Okay, if you look at all those, it's only the different architecture that are being explored, and maybe little modification with the architecture. If you make a little modification, then it is going to be accepted in a reputed journal. Modification in what? With respect to the size, and again there should be a reason for that. When you are specifying the size, my convolutional kernel, let's say for example, I reduce from 5 by 5 to 3 by 3 and increase the number of layers, but does it meets my requirement or not? So you should give what is called as the, nowadays what is it called as? Novelty. Of course, now when you are submitting your research article, people are also expecting, yes, what is that? Ablation study, right? Ablation studies should also be given to say that this is novelty. And what do you mean by saying ablation study? Means to say you are introducing some new component. Check whether without that component what is the accuracy, say for example in simple terms. And introducing that component, what is the accuracy? If there is a significant improvement, it means that is a novelty through what is called introducing a new component. So that is most important, and people are now expecting those kind of stuff when you are going for what are called as producing a research article. Like that, this is for a mammography. And you focus on any particular disease and then try to improve your knowledge on that area. Just to say very specific, for example, okay, this is classification of DL algorithms for pathology image, and well known nowadays, everyone is exploring for COVID-19, right, because of the problem that we have faced in this world. See here, when you look at this particular, this is published in, see here in 2023, people are still using the same architecture, but considering 3 different architectures, that's all. And you might put a query now, what is the novelty here? What would be the novelty? It's difficult to justify, and also it depends upon, sometimes to honestly tell you, reviewer, isn't it? Suppose you submit an answer script to a very strict teacher, you may get less marks. An average teacher would say, yes, go ahead, no problem, you may get more marks. It happens in research field also. If your journal paper is accepted, if you get good comments, I'm sure it's by a reviewer who knows the field. And sometimes there are conferences where you will get results within 2 to 3 days saying that your paper is accepted, congratulations. No other comments. It means that they need, this is quite common that we experienced, and we are also doing, there is nothing more than that. But first get PhD, and later on you think the next issues. For a beginner I am telling. Because ultimately, as long as you are attached to a guide, you always have some, what is called as rope behind you, right? I mean, those who are doing PhD I am telling. After that you are free and can do the research. Therefore, if there are beginner researchers, please take a simplest problem. That's my advice. Don't take a very, very complex problem and say that you are going to solve it. It's very tough at the time of carrying out your PhD. But only thing is, you please understand the fundamental basics, most important. That's my suggestion. See here, it is published in 2023, where they explored the existing architectures only. And I can give you the paper and you can see what is that difference from here. Like that. So this is another article which uses the existing architecture only. That is ResNet that is being used over here. And if I look at COVID-19 classification, the plethora of architectures have been explored and they make it as a customized CNN. AlexNet, VGG and so on and so forth, as you can see here, and trying to classify whether it is a binary or ternary or more than that, different types of COVID-19 images, and producing the different parameter, a matrix as the result, right? And one particular algorithm here, as you can see here, again it is in 2023. See here, classification through deep learning models with 3-channel grayscale CT images. So instead of considering a simple grayscale single, they consider 3-channel, maybe RGB, and then produces the results. And he obtained results and able to get publication in a reputed journal. What more you want at PhD level? So for this, you need to understand the basics of deep learning, where it revolves around, as I already told you, the activation functions, the optimizers, the convolution operation, nothing more than that. And what? Take a combination of that effectively and judiciously and trying to build the model. And if possible, in this 6 days, try to see the inside details more. Maybe that will enhance your knowledge in the, and also you can authoritatively speak on the area that you wish to. You are looking at the time. Right. Okay. I am about to. So therefore, I would say when you take any image processing, it's very, very complex. It's complex because I just want to say this example. How many tigers are there? Huh? So it's highly ambiguous. It depends on your perception, right? Yes or no? How you perceive is more important for me. Simplest answer is generally what it comes to our mind when this question comes. Do Google and get to know the results. When I do so, right, it will say you where there are. Right? I mean, perception is more important when you are understanding the images. And if your perception is different, you will get a different algorithms. Therefore, view or pursue any image data at different levels, and for that you need to have a strong mathematical background, most important. That's my advice. And with this, let me just end with a quote that human beings are more powerful than the machines. Even though I say machines with minds, what we call it as an artificial intelligence, but still all the knowledge that we are having is from the human beings only. Who told this? See, that is the power of our visuals. Vivekananda told so. Still there is a font change, but we are able to recognize. It's all because of the knowledge you are having, right? So thank you very much. With this, I will end the session. This is just a high view, and you are going to learn in detail about each and every model. And our research scholars will be there to assist you. Our faculty members are also there to assist you in implementation and all the issues. And also, you come all the way from different places. I'm sure it is not only learning the medical imaging. See, around Mangalore is also explore it to the best extent possible. And if there are non-vegetarians, fish, seafood is very tasty, you can enjoy. Seashore is also there, move around. Our scholars are there to help you. Okay. And in the guest house, as you know, morning breakfast, I told them to give, and also in the evening. And if you do not wish to have, please inform them in advance so that you can reduce the quantity. Okay, that's one just I wanted to tell you. And afternoon and between any other sessions, you need not worry, everything is arranged here. If there are any nuances, please feel to write or to talk to any of us. All of us are here and we take care of your comfortable stay, most important for any outside people. Okay, so we shall end now, take a break for tea. If you wish, we will continue to the practical sessions, and if you wish to go out, please let us know, because it is the first day. I can understand. If you would like to work in the lab, you are most welcome. Otherwise, Dr. Bharti will discuss what is supposed to be kind of practicas that you need to, and also the presentation, because the idea behind this ATAL program is to have the presentation by the participants also. And you know very well, it is not that the people standing here are the experts. Each one of you are an expert. It is again over a period of time, it's the development that you acquired, and we expect your contribution that gets shared across. That's why in the morning, one of our professor mentioned, it is knowledge sharing means. It is a platform for us to explore our knowledge, to share. And everyone is an expertise in their areas. So, okay, therefore, I'm sure we will also get to know some different information that you are having, which will shared across. And that is the idea behind article discussion. Okay, and therefore, please form a group. We have a computing laboratory, Professor Shashireka. He is heading that, and we should thank the entire computer center team for providing such a wonderful laboratory there, okay, which will take you if you wish today itself. Otherwise, we will just discuss informally the groups and the problems to be addressed, and we shall disperse. I leave it to you, and we are open for anything, right? So we shall have a tea. Probably tea is, yeah, you please have a tea, discuss among yourselves, come back, spend some time, and let's finalize something, right? Not more than 4, I believe, in a group. Good, right? Yeah, 4 in a group is ideal, and yeah, 3 to 4 we can have, so that you can work and come out. And we have less number of sessions for article discussion. Therefore, we will allot to 4 per group, including our friends, research friends in the faculty. Okay. Please feel free. Yeah. Okay, we shall now disperse for tea and then come back here. Madam and Dr. Shashireka and then Bharti will take care. ಅಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರೋರು ಮಾಡಿ, ಹೇಗಾದರೂ ಆಯಿತು, ಹೇಗಾದರೂ. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Have a comfortable stay and a pleasant time. Yes. Hey, ಪರವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your immense knowledge with us. In spite of your busy schedule as a coordinator of this FTV, sir has shed light on interesting facts about ML, deep learning, choosing the suitable model in NN, tensors, convolutions with some beautiful illustrations and animations, anatomy of the deep learning framework, and many more basic things in a very simple way. Morning session, P.N. Nagbhushan sir said, machine is learning, is it really understanding? The same with us also. We learn many things, but are we really understanding that? For that session, this kind of session is really helpful, so we could understand many things in depth. Thank you once again, sir. Thank you so much. After the tea, we will assemble back here itself, and we will form the groups. As sir mentioned, we need 2 volunteer groups to present tomorrow. We will give you research paper and the code. You have to prepare presentation, you have to understand the code, you have to understand the paper, and you have to prepare PPT and present. Okay, thank you. Presentation is a kind of discussion, so you are sharing around.
Scan copies. QR attendance. ಬ್ಯಾನರ್ದು ಅದು ಇಮೇಜ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಬ್ಯಾನರ್ದು ಇಮೇಜ್
ಇಲ್ಲಿದೆಯಾ?